Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August 3rd, 2021 West Grey Council meeting. Item number 1, call to order. All members of council are present with regard to, all right, Councillor Shea has just logged in. So I'm going to say all members of council are present. We do have a quorum. We are using the revised agenda, so please note that for everyone. That is posted on our West Grey website. Director Mighton, at this time, would you go through the features of this electronic meeting, please?
Good afternoon. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if you get disconnected at any time, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter meeting ID 831-6959-0883. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hand on video to speak. For members of the public, if you require technical assistance, you can send a chat to myself, Carrie Mighton. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Mighton. Item number 2, moment of reflection. If you wouldn't mind, please take a quiet moment. Thank you. Item number 3, declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, is there anything to declare at this time? All right, members of council and staff and citizens, I do have a declaration at this time. I have a disqualifying interest in related items 4.1, 11.5.2, and 13.1, bylaw number 60-2021 on the August 3rd, 2021 West Grey Council agenda on the basis that I have a close personal relationship with a property owner having a pecuniary interest in the subject drainage works. So at the appropriate time, and it will be a few times throughout the agenda, I will be transferring the chair to the deputy mayor. And when there's no disqualifying interest item, the deputy mayor will be transferring the chair back. But during the disqualifying interest items, I will not participate and I will not vote, and you'll see me push my chair away from my desk. Okay, so with that, Deputy Mayor, I am transferring the chair to you to deal with the beginnings of item number 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and good morning, members of the public, our delegations, staff, and of course, council. We are at item number 4 on our agenda, delegations presentations, and we will go to 4.1, presentation meeting to consider engineer's report for Wrights Municipal Drain 2021, Bill Dietrich, P Engineering, Dietrich Engineering Limited. Mr. Dietrich, please.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome everybody to the consideration of the Wright Municipal Drain Report. The purpose of this meeting is to review the scope of work for this project. Maybe Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I'll take a few minutes and just review very quickly the work that's being planned for this project. The purpose of this meeting is to determine what work will take place for this proposed municipal drain, and not to consider or deal with assessment of costs. So I'll start with a little bit of background information. The drain itself was initiated under Section 4 of the Drainage Act, which is a petition drain. We held an on-site meeting, and the petition that's was originally presented was became valid, and we continued on then to proceed with the field work. Various information or public meetings were held. I think we had 2 of them, and following that, then we came up with our final design, which is presented in this report on dated June the 16th, 2021. We found that the existing watershed or drainage basin is presently served by a private tile system. It's a 200 millimeter diameter drainage system, and we found it was of inadequate size, depth, and did not provide an outlet or proper outlet for this drainage basin of approximately 44 hectares of land, which is 109 acres. So what's being proposed here in this report, there's two parts to the project. There's a short open ditch section that will be constructed at the outlet, where it outlets into the natural water course. This is on lot 29 of concession 10. So there's approximately 75 meters of open ditch to be constructed there. The estimated cost of that part of the project, and this includes the allowances that will be provided to the landowner under sections 29 and 30 of the Drainage Act, the construction costs, administration costs. We've estimated that part of the project at $19,700. And the assessment of costs for that part, for the main drain open, you'll see is on page 15 of our drainage report. The second part of the project, it will be known as the main drain closed in the drainage report, which is the closed or tile drainage system that's being proposed. There's approximately 1,025 meters of underground pipe system will be installed, 250 millimeter diameter drain at the upper end, and 400 millimeter tile at the outlet where it outlets into the open ditch. We're also proposing a new road crossing under Gray County Road 9, which will consist of 32 meters of 400 millimeter steel casing that will be installed by the jack and boring method. 4 catch basins or surface inlets will be installed on the drainage system as well. The estimated cost for this part of the project is $210,300. This again includes the allowances, construction estimated costs, and the administration costs. And following that, you'll find the assessment for this part of the drain is on page 16 of the report. And the costs are summarized. The total cost of the project are summarized, and there's a summary of assessments on page 17. Regarding the environmental agencies, an application was sent to the Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, and they'll be processing this application after the municipality has passed the bylaw. With regards to DFO, an authorization was not required. That's very briefly the work that's being planned or proposed under this drainage report. So maybe at this point in time, I'll turn the meeting back. If there's any questions regarding the work that's being planned here, I'll be pleased to answer those.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I believe at this time I do need to ask if there's anyone who has signed the petition that would like to remove their name. They could raise their hand, or they could go through Clerk Sharback for that. And in addition to that, if there's anyone that has property that is affected in the area that would like to have their name added. So those are two things that we do have to put on the table right now or out to the public. So I'm not sure, Clerk Sharback, if you have received any correspondence or any adds or deletions.
Through you, Chair, I have not received any indication that anybody wanted to be removed or added from the petition, but I will ask Director Mighton just to check if anybody, any of the affected landowners have their hand raised to do so now. I don't see any, but perhaps Director Mighton does.
I do not have anyone with a raised hand at this point, and I do not have anything in the chat either right now.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That will, just got to flip my screen here. Give me 1 second. That will take us to the next portion. And again, this would be questions from council, and it would be specific to the actual presentation as before us. If there's any comments or questions at this time, please raise your hand. Councillor Herder, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Sir, I do have a question about when we believe the work would actually happen, and if there would be any road closures or detours, the duration of the works that need to be done.
Okay, yeah, through Deputy Mayor Hutchison, there will be no, we'll start at the last question regarding road closures. There is a road crossing proposed under Grey County Road 9, but it will be done by the trenchless method, and no road closure will be required. So it'll be a jack and bore method and not an open cut method. So no disruption to traffic. Regarding the work that's being proposed here, time-wise, just after, if this report is accepted this morning, and once the bylaw has been passed and given third reading, the municipality can then apply, we will be preparing the tender documents, and the project will go out for tender. We'll ask the contractors that are tendering on this project to give the municipality a starting and completion date. So it depends on their workload. We'll know a little better. Well, we will know once the contract's been awarded when the work will take place. There's a good anticipation it could be this fall yet, depending on who's awarded the contract and what their workload is.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Hergert? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Townsend, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question regarding the parties, and as they're noted in the document, under Schedule A allowances, there are 4 parties listed, and there are 2 from Green. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. And then there's J&M Wright, and then an Ontario Ink Company. When we look at Schedule C and D, E Green has disappeared, and AM and W Green has now appeared as a different party. I'm just wondering sort of what the involvement is on each of those 2 that are not included in all 3 schedules, or whether that in fact is an omission.
Okay, we'll go to the allowance page. The allowances are provided to the landowners that will where the work is going to take place, where we may need access to construct the drain. So for the open work, you'll see there's just the right property, and there are total allowances there on page 9. And these allowances become part of the cost of the project as well, but they're a requirement of the act. The engineer provide a right-of-way allowance and damages to lands and crops to build the drain. So you'll see those allowances then get carried forward. For the open portion, the assessment on the open portion is on page 15, and those allowances show up there again to the J&M Wright property of $3,830. So you'll see we've gone through and did the calculations there just to let everyone know approximately what their net costs will be, but the total assessment to the Wright property there is $9,566 is a 1/3 grant, and then the allowances can be deducted from what they're owing to the township, because those allowances are payable to the landowner. So their net costs are $25.47. So those allowances there only show up on there for the open work. Then if we go to the closed work, the allowances on page, again, we'll go back to page 9 of the report. There's 4 properties there that are entitled to allowances. And it's the M&B grain property, the E grain property, and J&M Wright property, and the numbered company. So, and the roll numbers are listed there as well. So their total allowances there come to $25,700. And those allowances then, if you go to, those are for the main drain closed, or building the closed portion or the tile portion of the project. They again show up on the assessment schedule on page 16. You'll see what the total assessment is to all the different properties, less the grant, and then the allowances are deducted. So I don't think there's any omission there. I think there's allowances being provided there to 1, 2, 3, 4 property owners, and the allowances show up again for those properties on page 16. So I think they're all accounted for.
So it's strictly whether they're involved on the open or the closed section is what you're saying.
That's correct. Yeah, the allowances go to that part of the project where the work is being done.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
That was all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. You're just FYI, your hand's still up. We'll be looking for any other first-time speakers from council, please. Okay, seeing none, I am going to move to the recommendation portion. And if I could be looking for somebody to move this, please. Councillor Hamilton, the floor is yours.
I'll move the recommendation that's on our agenda, which reads that West Grey Council hereby accepts the engineer's report for the Wright Municipal Drain 2021, dated June 16th, 2021, as prepared and presented by Bill Dietrich, engineer, Dietrich Engineering Limited, and that the provisional bylaw be presented to council for first and second reading in the bylaw portion of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And Councillor Hutchinson, you have your hand up. Are you seconding this?
Councillor Hutchinson, yes, I'll second that, and I have a point of clarification I'd like to make.
Okay, so we're going to have you as a seconder, then I will call for comments and questions on the recommendation. So the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, just maybe our clerk can clarify. We're only doing first and second reading today. So maybe she wants to clarify for the public why we aren't doing all three at this point. Thank you.
For sure. Through you, Deputy Mayor. The provisional bylaw for the drainage work includes the estimated costs assessed to each owner. We pass it a first and second time. That commitment to the drainage work allows Mr. Dietrich to proceed with letting the tenders and getting the work started. But the assessment estimates may change, and the actual construction costs are going to be included in the third and final reading of the bylaw. So there is that opportunity to have the estimates replaced with the actual construction costs. And in the meantime, there'll also be a court of revision where property owners are able to, at that meeting, ask questions or appeal their actual assessment to their lands as well. So there's a few pieces that need to happen before the third and final reading for that bylaw. And it's one of the few bylaws we need to separate out for the legislation between the first and second and the third and final, just to get that work done in between.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Any other comments or questions from council on the recommendation? So call the motion. All those in favor, if you can signify by raising your hand. I see 6 members of council in favor. Mayor Robinson is not voting, and that will be motion carried. Director Mike, go ahead, please.
I'm just noticed now that there is a comment from a member of the public. I don't know if we can still have the question addressed or not.
I will go to Clerk Scharbeck for that, please.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Yep, so can you explain why it has taken so long to get the drainage done? This started in 2016. Are you saying the cost can go up still? When will the third meeting be?
There's been quite a history on this drain since the initial petition was submitted and received by council. I think perhaps Mr. Dietrich might be able to provide a little more information on the history. I know both Mr. Dietrich and I and our drainage superintendent, Mr. Cobain, have all joined in after that 2016 process was well underway. So there were, I'm not sure of all the pieces in the history of that. And I know COVID definitely delayed some of the site meetings, and there has most recently been updates to all of the landowners, and I believe more recent site meetings as well, but Mr. Dietrich can confirm on that. The costs, between the estimated costs and the actual costs, That would be the only difference. So they could go up a little bit. If they go up significantly, and again, I'll defer to Mr. Dietrich's expertise, I believe if it's over 10%, then we revisit this project before going ahead with the third and final reading. And the third reading will not be until after the construction work is done. So I'm not sure of the date of that. Perhaps Mr. Dietrich, you could help me out a bit on the history. And is that 10% amount correct? I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Okay. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Genevieve, just to answer both those questions there, a lot of municipal drains now seem to be taking to get them processed a little longer than in the past, and it's sometimes it's just the public process anymore. Sometimes it's getting environmental approvals. A lot of things are taking place today that, you know, I've been in this business a long time, and we used to be able to get drain processed a lot quicker than we are today. But having said that, the cost estimate has been recently updated before this report was filed. So we believe that the estimated costs are hopefully close to going to be what the final costs will be. And as far as the timing goes on this, there will be after the quarter revision, if there is no appeals on assessment and the appeal periods have expired, that's when the third bylaw will be passed and the contract can then be awarded. The contract won't be, when the tenders are open, there is a provision in the act, it's not 10%, but if the contract price is 33% more than the engineer's estimate, there has to be a meeting amongst the petitioners to make to notify them whether they want to proceed or retender it or make changes or whatever. So there is that provision there in the act, but for when the tenders are open. But the next step is to get to the point where you want to call for tenders, and we'll obviously have a better idea on what's when the work will take place and what the final costs will be.
Thank you. Now, just for clarification, Clerk Scharback, if there is additional questions, does this fall in the public portion of the meeting, public question, or would we entertain taking them? I just want clarification.
Through you, Chair, if there's some questions directly related to the engineer's report and the scope of the work explained in the report, then now is the appropriate time. And it's important that we have Mr. Dietrich here to help us with those answers as well.
Okay, thank you. I just want clarification on that. I do see another question now that I have the chat section up. The question is, can you explain why we are accountable for the delay? Mr. Dietrich, please. And why we are accountable for the delay.
Well, the delay in the project was nothing intentional. Just some of these projects take longer than others, and it is what it is. So we're at this point today. If the report's adopted, we'll proceed.
Okay, thank you. And I see Councillor Hutchinson, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just one more point of clarification. I see there's a number of grants involved in this. I'm just wondering, what is the cost to West Grey overall?
Yeah, if we go to the summary of the breakdown of the costs, and they're all summarized on page 17 in the report. There's the assessment of costs there. You'll see there's actually no assessment all to the municipality of West Grey. There is an assessment of costs to the county of Grey for County Road 9 under benefit outlet, and a special assessment for the increased costs for the road crossing. But there'll be no assessment at all to the municipality of West Grey.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have the motion passed, the recommendation, I apologize, passed now. So what I'm going to do is check with Director Mike to see if there's any more members of the public through chat before I turn or complete this item on the agenda and hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson.
I do not have anything further in the chat at this point.
Okay, thank you, Director Maiden. Let's flip to my screen here. So that does complete this item 4.1, and I'd like to thank Mr. Dietrich for his time this morning and the detailed report that was presented to council and to members of the public. So at this time, I will hand the chair back to Mayor Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We are now moving on to 4.2, delegation. Doug Townsend, Police Services Board Chair, Police Services Board update. Good morning, Doug Townsend, and I know you've been briefed by our clerk, and also you're most aware that this is a 10-minute time frame, so please go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. I'm here on behalf of the West Grey Police Services Board to provide Council with some updates on a few things that are going on and some information that's also in your Council package. For starters, give you a verbal update on the police budget. I am pleased to advise Council that as of the end of June, we're halfway through our fiscal year, and we sit at a burn rate of 45%. So we're on track that way. I'd like to thank the Chief and Director of Finance, Carrie Mighton, and Secretary Heather Webb for all their work on the budget. We only have one line item that is over projection at this point, and that was insurance, which I believe municipalities and everybody is were hit with rising insurance that we did not know at budgeting time. The other item of information that is in your package and part of what brings me to the meeting today is item, it's on page 1 of your supporting documents. It's the protocol for sharing of information between West Grey Police Service Board and the Council of West Grey. This document was originally drafted and passed on August 8th of 2006. We have brought it back and reviewed it, and we have made one slight change, and that is that in item 3 at the bottom of page 1, you will find that the annual report will now be due at the 30th of June. We will provide that information to Council and to the public. The protocol for sharing of information is mandatory as part of Section 32(1) of the Ontario Regulation 3399, governing police boards and councils. That document is very straightforward. It is very plain language. I have talked to my contacts in the Ontario Police Association, and they advised that the document, as I presented it to them, is adequate, covers all the needs for both council and the police board, and advised against fine-tuning it too much more, or you're going to run into stipulations that are hard to manage. And in the protocol of sharing agreement, part of that also translates into the next item, which is the business plan. We are currently, every 3 years, we have to do a business plan for the West Grey Police Service Board. We are currently in the process of putting that business plan together. We have a committee of Jeffrey Shea is chairing that committee. Christine Robinson is on that committee. Helen Claire Tingley and Betty Moore also make up that committee. That committee has been working diligently on getting information, gathering information from the public. They have had meetings with all the schools and the school boards in West Grey. This includes public and private school. They have had meetings with the community groups such as the West Grey Lions, and they are contacting business groups such as the BIA for their input into how they see the current police force, what they see for the future of the police force, and those items providing information and background, which will help this committee provide the business plan. There is a schedule for the business plan as we get ready to roll it out, which brings me why the main reason I'm here today is to advise council that we will be looking for input via a public survey from September 1st to September 30th of this year on the business plan. And we would like to make sure that council is aware of that. If council wants to provide any input to our committee on the business plan, that is greatly appreciated. There is a questionnaire that has been done that will be going out to all residents in West Grey via their tax bills. That's coming up. There'll be a social media campaign. There will be hard copies of the survey available at the libraries, at the municipal offices, at the arenas. Once hopefully all that stuff gets opened up, people can access those locations. And then once we get all that information back by the end of September, then we will analyze the information that we receive back from the public, which will help to provide us with the information we need. We have the traffic safety working groups that we are working with. We are working with many different organizations throughout West Grey, and this will help us to look at where we think policing needs to go. And also we are looking at statistics that we have gathered that have been provided by the chief. We are also looking at the statistics as they compare to other municipalities within Ontario, within the forces of our similar size and towns of municipalities of similar size, to look at their crime rates, their population, their officers per population, those sorts of stats, which will help us develop our business plan, whether we need to grow the force more, whether we need to involve different avenues of policing. Right now, what I can say is based on what we are hearing, our community-based policing that is in place here in West Grey is very well received. I know all the schools that were contacted, everyone likes the involvement of the local police in their schools, and we all know if we can make that positive connection with the youth of our community in those schools, then hopefully that positive influence will carry forward in their later years. So as I said, the surveys go out. We are looking for input from September 1st to 30th. Again, encouraging council to participate in that and provide feedback to our committee. And other than that, barring any questions, I think that's all I have, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Doug Townsend, for being here. Members of council, are there any questions of clarification? Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Doug, I was just looking for the 19 and 20 annual reports, and they weren't posted on the police website. So I'm just wondering, when will they be available? Thank you.
Doug Townsend?
Yep. Thank you for the question. I will follow up with the chief on that. I know myself, I don't have any direct involvement with the website or the web page, so I will have to follow up with the chief on that, and I'll respond to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I can tell you that the 2020 annual report is on the website. You just need to, there's a couple more clicks, but if you go on the annual report, above it there, it shows the 2021. Offline, Councillor Townsend, I could show you where that is, but it is definitely populated on the website for that. Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other members of council. Sure enough, I do now. Councillor Hamilton.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And thank you, Chair Townsend, for coming today. It's really great to have you here, and appreciate also the police board minutes are on our agenda today. And that's really appreciated too. It's a great way to keep lines of communication open. So thanks for coming. You're always welcome to come to council. Great to have the update as well. And I was just wanted to ask about the on the document that's part of our agenda, how it mentions how municipal council can choose to participate in the development of the business plan. So what opportunities are planned to engage council as the police board develops their current business plan? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hamilton. We are looking for feedback on our questionnaire when it comes out from council. We'd like council to look at that. There's also, as from the police board standpoint, you have two great members on your virtual horseshoe that are part of the West Grey Police Service Board in Jeffrey Shea and Mayor Robinson, that the council can also provide input to, and I know they bring those comments back to us at our board, to our board for our board meetings, and it's much appreciated that we have that dialogue through them.
Thank you, Chair Hutchison. Thank you, Mayor Robinson.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's great. I envision maybe a more formal process for council to engage in the development of the business plan, but perhaps that's something we could discuss as we work on the agreement that brought forward about how we coordinate ourselves moving forward. And I do look forward to more discussion about the agreement, the protocol. And so I'm just wondering too, what the next steps will be for council. And perhaps this is a question for perhaps our mayor. When could council have the opportunity to discuss the police protocol that's been shared on the agenda today? Thank you.
Certainly. Well, this is the presentation, the formal presentation was through our chair, and you'll also note that we have at least one other member of our police services board that is just viewing today's proceedings. So this is the first opportunity for council to take a look at that. It can be brought forward again, certainly not at this time, but if there's any comments, and you know that when we have presentations, that it's presented and there's an opportunity to bring something forward again if necessary, and council could provide comment, or if they're just happy with it in terms of how it is, and it can be addressed at that time. So, and I do want to encourage all members of council to participate in the survey. Our working group spent a number of meetings just going through key questions so that they will help shape our business plan. And it's actually a strategic plan for now and for the future of our West Grey Police Service. So thanks for your interest, Councillor Hamilton.
Wonderful, thank you. And thanks again to Chair of the Police Board for coming. Come anytime, you're most welcome to come. Thank you.
Thanks. I do see Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Robinson. Thank you very much, Chair Townsend, as well. I echo the sentiments of welcoming the Police Service Board to West Grey Council meeting. I do also, it seems like the questions have already been formulated that will be on the questionnaire. And I was curious if those have been formulated in conjunction with the board or with like a specialist in the area to form a business plan, or were these modeled after another survey from another community-based policing service? I was just curious about the formulation of the questions for the questionnaire.
Doug Townsend, do you want to take that, or do you want me to respond? I would go ahead.
I was going to see if you'd like to respond, or if Councillor Shea would like to respond. You two sit on the
Okay.
committee itself. Yes.
So I'll respond, and then I'll see if Councillor Shea wants to jump in on this. We use multiple facets. It actually was a process involved. So we looked at previous surveys, or previous survey that was done through West Grey Police Services Board in the past. We looked at samples of other board surveys. We also, through being on the board, there were, I think, indications of questions that we would potentially ask when the time came up to review our survey and just start the process. We have a committee, so we looked at each question in terms of the data that to be collected, and also one that would be looking at not only the current but the future. In addition to that, we also had our clerk, Director of Administrative Services at Clerk, and our CAO vet the questions as well. So it was a bit of a process. We wanted to make sure that the questions were just reflective of what needed to be in the process. Councillor Shea, anything to add?
Not really. I think you've covered everything, Your Worship. We have discussed. We haven't determined, but we have discussed having some sort of professional assist us with the analysis of the data. And we are talking about the data not only from the survey, but also the interviews that Mr. Townsend referred to, the crime stats that the chief is able to provide, historical employment level stats that the chief is able to provide. So we have a lot of data of different types that we're collecting for this business plan. Pardon me. And that's the data that is. Yes, so we acknowledge that we do not have in-house expertise in data management. We're doing the best we can, and we're operating so far in the way that most other small police forces do when they're preparing business plans. So this is a time-honored tradition, I would suggest. We're trying to go a step above. We're trying to just professionalize the process a little bit and make it a little bit more thorough and comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Shea. Anything else, Councillor Herger?
Yes, so we already have the questionnaire formulated and we will collect data. Do we know we're collecting the right data? I guess maybe having a specialist on board right at this moment may be helpful to know what data to collect. But I do appreciate that that's even a consideration for the Police Services Board, that there would be a professional analyst to manage that data. So yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, it really depends what question you ask as to what answers you'll get, right? So I think the questions are very important, and I'm glad there's time being given to the questions. If I could just share a few of my own comments quickly about the community safety and well-being plan being a top priority and the merging into the Police Service Board business plan. I think that is very important. It's initial legislation that we are working with, and we have the manager, and implementation will be in the next 3 years. So I think that's something to be very aware of. Curious about like key performance indicators. I noticed in the 2020 annual report, and thank you for having that out ahead of this discussion. There's a metric for how much property has been stolen, and there is a metric for how much property has been recovered. And so will those trends lead into different different areas of focus for the police? I would like to think that they would. I also appreciate the update on the budget and how close we are, the 45% burn rate. I appreciate that, Chair. Just curious also about asset management and how that will be part of the business plan. We've had some opportunities that would be a new building. All of the assets won't just be in that building? Will we have the forecasting of 3 to 5, 10 years out of asset management, even though we will have a brand new building? What about cars, computers, all of those other details? So I'll share those comments here, but I will be more than happy to include those on the questionnaire. Will everyone receive the questionnaire that will go to every ratepayer? Is that how that's going to go?
Doug Townsend, please.
Yeah, that is my understanding, that the questionnaire will go out in the tax bills that are going out. And I see Councillor Shea is going.
Yep.
You've got some additional information on that. Chair,
Councillor Shea, please.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Actually, the plan is to promote the questionnaire through the survey through the tax bill. The actual survey will be online, and we will be mailing a survey to a randomly selected sampling of the population. I believe it's Heather has I believe it's 1,000 randomly selected surveys will be mailed. And that's what's typically been done in the past as well.
Okay, and just to add, yes, our board is most aware of the community safety and well-being plan. And there are other factors that are that we're most aware and that we look at when we address the 5-year business plan. Okay. Well, we do have a heavy agenda. So Councillor Hergert, do you have one more question? And we do need to wrap this up.
Yes, one last question. Obviously, there's changing legislation with the Police Services Act that will need to be, tampered in the business plan as well. But when we have a focus of, a 3 or 5 year plan, are we not also looking 10 years out and then backing up and setting goals for 3 to 5 years? That is the plan, right?
Doug Townsend, please.
Yep. Generally, yes, we will look out as far as we can, but it's an ever-changing landscape. So you do the best you can. You look at 10 years, yes, you work back, you put it into a 3 to 5 year plan. And as you say, when you do these every 3 to 5 years, you're looking at the next one out on top of this one before you design it, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the board to present all this information and the chair there to come to council. We do welcome you to come back again.
All right. Well, Chair Doug Townsend, thank you very much for the presentation to West Grey Council. Most appreciated. And we will now move on to another item. So thanks again. 4.3 delegation, Don Tremble, resident capital water and sewer connection charges. I see that Don Tremble is here. It's a 10-minute delegation time. Please go ahead. Oh, interesting. I wonder, Director Mighton, would you be able to assist? I'm not certain there's a connection for the listed delegation.
Oh, I think John's there. Yep, there you go.
Oh, Don Tremble, good morning. You are on now for your delegation.
Yeah, just was a little shocked at receiving the information how the water and sewer is going up without any notice, and then also like how you came up with that cost. What projects are going to cost that much money, and when do they got to be done, and we sell stuff in a year advance or 8 months in advance. And just to be throwing this amount at us without any notice, don't think's really on our good working relationship. So I just like to, a couple of things is where's the project going? How do we come up with that number that we need that much? And then we can talk about it.
Okay, will that complete your delegation, Don Trumbull?
Pardon?
Does that complete your delegation?
No, I'm asking the questions. I like discussion to explain, how can we just have discussion when I don't know what the costs are?
So we do have the item coming under 4.3. Actually, hang on a second. It is dealing with, 4.3, 2021 water and sewer conversation. So that item can be addressed later on. This is just your time, Mr. Trumbull, if you wish to have any discussion, just in terms of your presentation, but not a discussion.
Okay.
point.
Okay, then. So again, how the system works, last time you discussed that, I had no chance to have any comments. Every time I went to comment, I was muted. So the Zoom meetings to me don't work real well. So whatever you discussed today, am I going to be able to comment after that, or is it just automatically go on? So
this is your delegation time, Mr. Trumbull. If you have information that you wish to say, this is your time. You have 10 minutes.
Okay.
And please go ahead.
I sent you guys all the information. All the counselors responded to me except you, Mayor. You didn't give me the time of day to call and ask any questions. So I'm very disappointed, because that was what we're supposed to have, is open discussion on this kind of stuff and input. So very disappointed. I give everything I got towards Durham, do these projects, and this is what I get back. So that's my delegation. I guess I misunderstood how my delegation goes. I sent you the information, look at it. It would have been nice just to hear back from everybody. I'd say most counselors all called me, but you obviously didn't have the time to call me.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Trumbull, for your delegation. And I do want to make sure that you and everybody else is aware that your item is on page 3 of our agenda, and it was received and then put on this agenda for the public and for our council. And that is an appropriate process to address. Thank you for being here. There's a presentation later on in the agenda. So appreciate your
Will I be able to
delegation
comment
time.
after that or not?
So this is your time to speak. Once it's at the item where we've got the staff presentation, and then it's clarification from members of council. And then if there is a motion to vote on, that's all within the council table. Okay.
But when I send this in, why wouldn't have somebody sent me some information back? Why do I got to wait for the council meeting to do my delegation?
Because, Mr. Trumbull, this is exactly the process that
okay,
you've
you know what,
submitted.
never mind. I guess my business isn't as, never mind. I guess my what I do in Durham's not important.
All right, I just want to everybody to understand that the correspondence was received, and it is on this agenda, and you have a 10-minute time, and you're more than welcome to be here. So we thank you very much for that. I just want to ensure that the information is here. Now, thank you for your delegation. I'm just going to see if there's any questions from our members of council with regard to clarification on your delegation. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the past, and specifically when we were dealing with the Hanover boundary, council made an exception to allow a discussion from a resident. Are we able to do that whenever we get to, 7.3, when we're talking about the water and sewer, to get further input and discussion with Mr. Trumbull?
Well, I really think this is an opportunity within the delegation time, and then we'd have the presentation within how we normally handle things. If council was looking for something different, that's changing the process by which we're dealing with things. And this really has the information provided at this time. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
No, I'll deal with it under 7.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert?
Yes, I was curious if we could suspend with the rules and have Mr. Tremble, with his 5 minutes that he has remaining, have his questions answered during our latter part of the meeting, in which we're specifically talking about that, and we may have our Director of Finance present to answer his questions. So I would like to suspend with the rules and put 5 minutes of his remaining portion of time at the appropriate time that we conclude the discussion about water sewer rates.
Certainly, we would have Director Mighton that will be addressing those concerns within her time of the presentation. Is that a motion that you are making, Councillor Hergert?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Would there be a seconder? Councillor Townsend, I see your hand up. Are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I am.
And Clerk Scharbach, I look to you for the language and the procedure on this, please.
Your worship, Councillor Hergert moved that the council takes leave of the procedural bylaw.
Yes.
I'm just getting this down, Councillor. just
Certainly.
me. Takes leave the procedural bylaw for item number, I'm not sure which item. There is no presentation.
4.
Do you mean the bylaw?
Well,
Yes.
Councillor Hergert is confirming, yes.
Yes, bylaw 58, 2021, regarding the water sewer rates, to suspend with the rules for 5 minutes to allow the delegation of Mr. Don Tremble participation.
So moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Townsend, the council takes leave of the procedural bylaw for item 7.3 to allow Mr. Don Tremble 5 minutes to participate in discussion related to bylaw. I forget the number.
58.
58-2021.
Is that right, Councillor Hergert?
That is correct.
Okay, Councillor Hergert, are you fine with the language of the motion?
I am, thank you. I just asked council that we allow a member of our public to speak to these matters and to have their questions answered. And 5 minutes should be sufficient, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, are you fine with the language? All right, thank you for the thumbs up. Any questions on the motion? Calling the vote, all those in favor? All members of council voted in favor, the motion carried. So Mr. Tremble, when I announce for the item on 7.3, there will be an opportunity for you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much as well. On item number 5, public meetings for this particular agenda, it is an NA. Item number 6 now, comment period. So in accordance with the West Grey procedural bylaw, comments may be made to council with respect to a specific agenda item. A maximum of 2 minutes per person is allotted for comments, with a maximum of 10 minutes in total for the comment period. So with that, Director Mighton, is there anyone that you can see through the dashboard that wishes to address comment period? In addition, I'm also going to ask you as a twofold question, if any emails or submissions have been brought forward with regard to the comment period at this time. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no one in the panel that has their hand raised indicating they wish to speak. And I do not have anything in the chat function at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Item 7 then, this is dealing with unfinished business. 7.1, Director of Infrastructure and Public Works Report, West Grey Landfill Operations Update. So I look to Madam CAO with regard to the recommendation. If you could read that, I'd be looking for a mover and seconder, perhaps.
Through Madam Mayor, for the reading of this, are you referring to the clerk's role in reading the motion?
Oh, hello, CAO Johnson. So we're on unfinished business, and it's at this
Yes.
time that our clerk would read the recommendation in relation to the report. Are you taking over this function at this point, Madam CAO?
No, I think I misunderstood. I thought you called for me to read it, but the clerk's available.
Okay, no, definitely the clerk, certainly. Clerk Scharback, could you read the recommendation? I may have, by the way, so I often defer to the CAO, so that's fine. So just on the recommendation, Madam Clerk, definitely.
Through you, Your Worship, the recommendation is that council receive the West Grey landfill operations update for information.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving this motion?
Yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, did I see your hand?
Yes, you did, and yes, I will second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going over to Director Schwinski. If you have a presentation or comments that you wish to make, and then I will ask members of council if there's any questions that they have.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Excellent, thank you. Your worship, members of council, I just have a report here regarding the West Grey landfill operations. Council may recall that back in October of 2020, a report was presented and then later on discussed during budget time, where some changes would be made to our landfill hours of operation and an increase in tipping fees. During that budget discussion, council had indicated to staff that they would like these changes to be in effect for July the 1st. So what I've presented here is a report as a phased-in approach. The reason, first of all, with respect to the timelines of the budget being passed and so forth, and the July 1st timeline that was given to staff, we didn't quite make that timeline, and this is an update as a phased-in approach to make the changes in our landfill sites with respect to hours of operation and the tipping fees, as well as the introduction of film plastics recycling and expanded polystyrene recycling service.
Is that it, Director Schwinski?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm available to answer any questions that I can with respect to this report.
Okay, and there are questions. I'll begin with Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, Councillor Hutchinson. First of all, I'm pleased that we're only receiving this for information, so I think we have an opportunity to make some changes here. I appreciate the directors trying to streamline and create some savings here, but I do have some real concerns, particularly in hours of operation, if we're going to close the Durham landfill. When this came forward to us earlier, I think I asked for the numbers. What were the numbers of people visits on Saturday in Durham, and particularly in Bentig would be great to know too, because people roll across the scale. So we must have those numbers. So I'd like to know that, but I do feel that by closing the landfill in Durham on Saturday, it's going to create a real public concern. That is a busy place come Saturday. And I realize it's maybe about saving some staff and whatnot, but maybe it's one of those things that we just suck it up and cover the cost. Maybe there's an opportunity to juggle the hours a little bit, like Friday evening, Saturday morning, and keep Bentig open in the afternoon. I'm not sure, but I really have a concern when we close Durham on Saturday. I think it's going to create huge issues. And then the other item I wanted to mention was the $10 tipping fee. I mean, I can live with it. I think it's going to create some issues too. I feel for people who in the summertime can't keep their garbage for 2 weeks and go to the landfill, and therefore are going to pay $10 every week to do that. So I have a concern with that, especially young families who have diapers in the summertime. It's not a pleasant thing to have that sitting around for 2 weeks. So, I don't know whether there's an option to move on that or not, but I do have a real concern with the hours to start with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a response, Director Schwinski?
Certainly, through your worship. Well, essentially, these changes were brought about essentially at the request of council, and as far as the change of hours with respect to hours of operation, what we're attempting to do here is essentially provide service to the public, where we would essentially have landfills open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, which is essentially a 5-day service. And what we're attempting to do as well is to realign, to align the hours of operation so that we could better staff our landfill sites, and not necessarily create a high demand on staffing with respect to having all 3 landfill sites open on the Saturday. And these items were previously discussed, but again, I present them here to you.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councillor Hutchinson.
So just for that, do we have numbers, Director, for visits in terms of Saturdays in our landfills?
If it is the will of council, I can definitely come back and provide numbers as far as attendance. Is like we have records that indicate how many vehicles go over the scales for each landfill site, and can provide those numbers to you.
Okay. Yeah, and just to further that, like I have a real concern when Durham is the largest urban center in West Grey, that we're going to be pushing people because Saturday seems to be the day that people get jobs done, pushing people to Bentic. So we're putting that many more cars on the road driving to Bentic when, you know, they live right in town where there is a landfill. So that's part of that concern I have. So thank you. Look forward to the numbers.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. To again, Director Szymski. Similar focus on topic 1, and that has to do with the hours. I appreciate what you're trying to do with spread the time out. I'm wondering whether or not it would be possible to change the Thursday in Durham to, you know, the Saturday, for example. And if you're worried about having 2 of them open, again, if it's dollars, then maybe the Bentic somehow can be adjusted to deal with that just by the number of hours that happen, and even on a different day. I'll leave that to you to decide, but I think we are trying to service as many as we can. We kind of went backwards to make sure we dealt with the Normanby landfill. I hope not to be able to do that for this one, so if we address it up front, then we don't have to back up on a decision already made and implemented. And the other thing is that to give people on the weekend who work during the week and can't get to the dump. Now, on the other hand, if you're trying to defer people from Durham and want to send them to Bentic because of the lifespan of Durham, I'd be interested in knowing that that's a goal, rather than just kind of implying it, or maybe doing it without being totally transparent. So if you could comment on those observations, I would appreciate it.
Director Szymski, please.
Certainly, through your worship. Firstly, to address the hours of operation, Councillor Townsend, essentially, I do appreciate the suggestion of having the Durham landfill site closed on Thursdays and then opened on Saturdays. Again, this was put forward to make every effort to optimize on staffing. However, if it's the will of council to staff both landfill sites on Saturday, then by all means, we can undertake that. Also, with respect to the Durham landfill site, the Durham landfill site life capacity is essentially coming to an end, and in anticipation of that, we have been essentially letting the public know as well that all large items, etc., are to be disposed of at the Bentic landfill site, because that landfill site has far more capacity and life expectancy in that landfill site, and we are able to handle that waste over there effectively. So that's also what is sort of which goes hand in hand with respect to these changes in our hours of operation. And I do appreciate the comments that are being made with respect to having people travel on the road. However, a lot of those large items that are coming to the Durham landfill site, because we're out of space, we've been essentially educating the public and letting them know that they are accepted at the Benton landfill.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Townsend?
Yes, just one further comment on this topic, and I do have one more. The lifespan of Durham, I'm not sure we know when it is or when it's going to come to an end, or at least anticipated to. Are you able to share that so that, you know, anyone that's listening and our minutes will reflect any other information we happen to have?
Yes. The life expectancy with respect to the Durham landfill site is definitely within a year. We are currently having the landfill site surveyed to make sure that our capacity is accurate. And essentially briefly the way that works is in our C of A, there is a volume capacity that is stipulated in there, and the landfill site has been surveyed year after year. The pile of garbage and so forth and cover has been surveyed every year to monitor how much garbage is in that landfill. So essentially we are undertaking a survey. It's underway, and I can report back to council with respect to the capacity of the Durham landfill.
Councillor Townsend, you said you had one further. Do you still wish to proceed?
Yes, I do. Thank you. It has to do with film plastic recycling. When plastics in general, when recycling in general was initiated, and we got into the issue of plastic and what that meant, containers, and it was based on number and et cetera, that became a very confusing process. And so when we use the word film plastic, I would really appreciate a definitive, sorry for the repetition, definition of what is film plastic, what is to go in and what is not to go in. For example, if I look around my home, I have film plastic, meaning I can see through it, it's clear, it's thin on food products. I have thick, you can't see through it on round bottles, around food, around other things. And then I have plastic that won't go into recycling. Does that go there? I've got shopping bags, I've got all kinds of things. And I'm wondering if we can be very, very clear to the public, because I know we drive them crazy with recycling. So if we can avoid introducing yet another aspect of confusion for the recycling program, I would really appreciate you being able to do that. And I'm not looking for an answer today. I'm looking for something that when the program comes out, it's very definitive. So I don't want to put you on the spot for that. That might be best done over time and publicized when the announcement comes out that it's available as of this date.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. I'm sure I saw Councillor Hergert. Yes, I'm seeing your hand now. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much, Director Serwinski, for the report. This has been an issue for a long time. Obviously, trash keeps accumulating. This was an issue prior to the last election. We knew that these landfills were filling at capacity, being Normanby and Durham, filling at a capacity that we can't really stop. We can't stop it. Are there ways through our C of A to prolong the Durham landfill to remain open? Are there any options there?
Director Serwinski.
Certainly. I would submit that if and when the Durham landfill site is, the capacity of the landfill site itself has reached its life expectancy, I would make a recommendation to council that we would essentially convert, if you will, the Durham landfill into a transfer station. That would be the most prudent thing to do, where residents would still be able to bring their recycling and essentially their residential garbage, domestic garbage to the landfill site, just like they do in Normanby. So that service is still available to the public. As far as creating or within our C of A and operations to create or sustain the life of the landfill, we are actively compacting all of the garbage as it comes into our landfill site to the best of our ability. We have a compactor that's made for that specific purpose, and as well as we have been making every effort to divert waste and with respect to recycling, wood waste, metal, and e-waste, and of course having our household hazardous waste days. So within that C of A, we have been doing everything that we can to prolong the life of the landfill. I'm not sure how much more or what we can do. However, again, when I do get the final results from the actual physical survey of the landfill site, I will definitely bring a report to council to make everybody aware of what our situation is. But again, that's also what has essentially fueled or precipitated this report with respect to an adjustment of hours and so forth.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the director, the transfer station idea, is that an option right now for Saturday collection at the Durham dump? And then it would be our responsibility as the municipality to then transfer it over to the Bentic dump. That might help with Councillor Hutchison's concern and the concern in the community of everyone driving around West Grey to get rid of their garbage. And a lot of times it doesn't make it to the landfill. It makes it in the side road because the tipping fee is more and it's further away. Would the transfer station be an option for the Saturday morning? Because we already have large refuse going to Bentic anyway.
Director Schwinski.
By all means, and thank you through your worship, and thank you for the question. Essentially, when I was referring to the in the future that the Durham landfill site would become a transfer station, of course, this is all through council approval, that essentially, absolutely, the garbage will be transferred from that landfill over to the Bentic landfill site, just like it is with the Normanby landfill. And as far as the operation of that transfer station or future transfer station, if you will, and operating it on the same day as the Bentic landfill, by all means, that is a call that council can make. And all I would just add to that is that for staffing, you would essentially have to staff both facilities. And when you have different streams of essentially when you have added streams of recycling and so forth, we just have to make sure that those get to the right places. So.
And for sure, the cost would go up then too for driving the trash from Durham over to Bentic as well. But it may prolong the in-town Durham dump. I mean, this is, through you, Madam Mayor, I appreciate the latitude here. This is the concern that I brought up at the last council meeting too, is that we're about to add 400 homes to Durham. What will we do with the trash? And this is not a new issue. This report is comprehensive for the scope of what we are talking about. What days, what times, how much. But really, this does not get at the heart of the problem. The problem is trash in general, and where do we put it? And we need to have, as council, a lot of information to share with the public about where to put it and where we will be able to put it in a year from now. So I do appreciate the report and the availability of keeping 5 days inclusive as being open for garbage refuse collection. But I do believe that in Durham, as Councillor Hutchison mentioned, we do have a large center there. We also have large centers out in the rural areas at campgrounds. So if we think of where all the people are in West Grey, they're not exclusively in Durham, they're not exclusively in Neustadt. There are a lot of rural areas where people still need to drive to get to the garbage. So I would like to see that we urgently make Durham a transfer station, keeping it open on Saturday morning, and continue to look for opportunities through that C of A or other alternatives. I know that the county is looking at some garbage. I didn't know if we could have an update from Mayor Robinson or Deputy Mayor, as well as AMO has been ongoing with discussion about waste management and how to do that better at a county or a regional center. Just looking for updates on those items as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hergert. I do see CAO Johnson. I see that Vance Sherwinski would like to speak, and also Councillor Townsend. I'm waiting for the discussion and the questions to subside, if you will. And I do have an update on the solid waste management feasibility study at the county that has just been done, but I'm waiting for the balance of council members to address their concern. Enough said, I want to move on first to Director Sherwinski, please.
Certainly, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to raise the point. The council did direct staff to increase the tipping fees as proposed to $10 for at the landfill sites. And I would, as we're having our discussion here this morning, I would like some clarification from council and approval to move forward with respect to that. If council would like to discuss further operational changes with respect to the landfill sites, we can undertake that, as there still may be some concerns with respect to hours of operation and waste streams. However, I would like to move forward with respect to the tipping fees as directed by council.
Okay, there's been a lot of discussion in terms, I'm seeing that there will be the request for an additional report, but we will address the tipping fees on that. I know that was part of a discussion through budget. Going to go to Madam CAO and then over to Councillor Townsend, but Director Sherwinski will ensure that the tipping fees are addressed before we move on to the next item. Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I have nothing further to add. The director shared what I needed to share with council, that today we are seeking, well, we are sharing for your information that tipping fees have been approved to be $10, and we're implementing those on September 1st. I think that we need to refocus on our discussion, because they were to be implemented July 1st, but we wanted to give more time for the community for communication and education plan. So we're proposing September 1st, and that's why this report is here today as an information item.
Okay, so that seeks clarity on that as well, Director Sherwinski. Thank you for the update, Madam CAO, for clarity, moving the discussion for council, but also for citizens that are listening. I'm going now to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Councillor Hergert's question about the life and my discussion on that led me to remember that our previous director had informed us that he was looking into whether or not that was possible. And I'm wondering if Director Sherwinski knows if that effort is continuing, and whether any progress has been made. And that was my only question, just as a follow-up, because it was being done by the previous director, I believe.
Yeah, I recognize you as a second-time speaker. That's fine. Director Sherwinski, any follow-up response?
Certainly. Just to be clear on this, through your worship, so this is with respect to essentially the previous director was looking for to implement some sort of a transfer station within the confines of the Durham landfill so that we can accept waste. Is that correct? That you're looking for clarification toward?
Councillor Townsend?
Yeah, my understanding was that it was actually looking at expanding to some degree. Apparently there is a border and et cetera. How much could we infringe on any of that, if at all, or any other options to expand before we had to close it?
Director.
Your worship, I do believe that he attempted to do that. If it is the will of council in a future report, I can definitely address that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I'll be very brief. The one thing that I would like to make sure we do is that we do get some signs, or we get, I don't know how we're gonna roll it out, but I'd like to see some information at all 3 facilities that, you know, once the decision is made here, September 1st is the increase. I do not want to see where we leave it and then people roll in and all of a sudden it's like bang. So we need to do that. And to follow up what Councillor Hutchinson has said, I don't know why it's so difficult now for just to ask people what may work for them at each facility. We've got the traffic there. It's a simple question. Just check off the dates, and maybe we can match up there what the needs are of the community versus you know what we're thinking, because we know there's a lot of activity at all the facilities on Saturday. So maybe that's just a decent way to do it. We take the majority of the people that want to have Saturday or Sunday or Friday night, whatever it may be, and we arrive at that, and that may just satisfy the majority. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going back to you, Madam CAO, just in terms of the time frame for the increase. And in addition to that, I wonder if you could speak briefly to a communication plan wrapped around this particular item. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would like to just remind council that a survey was completed prior to the budget being passed. Surveys were handed out at the landfill site, so we do have some of that in that feedback. However, through the budget, that's when decisions were made to adjust the operations, primarily to expand service availability to 5 days a week, and to also ensure that we are in compliance with Employment Standards Act in the way of providing appropriate breaks for our staff. We do not have a huge landfill staff, so we need to be respectful and treat them accordingly and give them the opportunity to work safely and appropriately. So spreading it out over those 5 days was one way of achieving that. The other factor that I would like to point out to council, we're getting a little detailed into what we could do, what we should do, what someone else might have been working on. We do have a service and operations review grant that we're putting an RFP out for in a week or two. So that will be captured that will be part of that review, is all of our operations and how is that looking. So I don't know that we need to spend a lot of time on that piece of the director's report right now, because that's going to be coming back to council you know, in the new year. The project's due by the end of November, so it's super short timeline and a whole lot of work to get done. So really what I'd like to just remind council is we've got a whole month to let the public know that the tipping fees are going up to $10, and you know, signage at each of the sites for sure. Lots of social media. We'll be using our website. We'll be doing some outreach to media as well. So there is a plan in place to get that out there and make sure that people are aware starting this weekend, because that gives us all those weeks to hit the folks that come and use the landfill sites. The other piece that we seem to be forgetting is our goal is that people utilize curbside. They're paying for curbside service. So that's another piece of how we're going to manage the waste management. So it's a combination of the two opportunities, but right now really what we need to focus on is letting people know tipping fees are going up to $10, and we can weave in there information about, you know, curbside is also cheaper, more convenient, and available to everyone in West Grey.
Thanks, Madam CEO. And the date that has been determined in September?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the director said September 1st, so it would be that very first weekend. September 1st is a Wednesday, so that would be the Bentic switch over to the $10 fee.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, was there anything in addition? No. All right. I see your head shaking. Councillor Hamilton then.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you to our director for the report and for our CEO for your comments. They make me feel better. Your comments make me feel better. I'll just put it that way. And I'm just reflecting on the report. You know, I'm reflecting that we're going from 4 days of service to 5 days, and that this is a West Grey approach to managing our waste. So that's a really positive thing. And I know on Sundays, that's a service that's been asked for people who come up on the weekend who are camping or cottaging. Now we have a landfill, a transfer station that's available for them to bring their garbage, and our community, our broader community as well. So these landfills, they supplement our bi-weekly pickup. Durham's kind of operating like a transfer station already. It's only accepting garbage and recycling. It's not being transferred, but that's the limit of the kind of service that's already happening there and our community's getting used to. So that's already in place. And just to note, just for our director's information, if you didn't know already, Brockton's got some really great visuals that they've developed for their film, plastic, and styrofoam recycling. And I think they'd be happy to share those graphics and visuals, the stickers, the flyers, the posters to one of Councillor Townsend's concerns about communicating what kinds of recycling that we can accommodate. So I do think the report addresses our budget and how we've supported our landfill. It provides great opportunity and choice across all of West Grey, and it's progressive. We're adding a couple new recycling programs at no additional cost based on how we've budgeted for our landfill this year. So I think we're moving forward well. Change is difficult. It can be difficult, but we'll get through it with a good communication plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing anything further. Okay, Director Schwinski, go ahead.
Yes, I just thank you, Worship. I just want to be clear. There's been a lot of discussion here this morning with respect to this report. I'm under the understanding that we're going to proceed with the $10 tipping fee increase September 1st. And as also indicated in the report, we'll implement plastic recycling and styrofoam recycling as well. And we will inform the public about that. And just to be clear on that.
Yep.
And that I'm understanding that council would like to, I just would like clarification. Is council wanting to wait until they change the hours of operation, or are they, or are we going to change the hours as per my report?
Well, I'm hearing that it's per the report, and I'm not seeing any other indication at this point. And we'd also ask if you can monitor that, Director Schwinski, in terms of how that is working, and let us know here at council.
Very well.
Okay, now before I go to the clerk for the motion to be read and call the vote, I just want to give council the update on the solid waste management feasibility study at the county. So it was at the July 22nd, 2021 meeting. And I'm just going to read, it's a 4-part resolution, but it's to receive the report and also the staff be directed to enter into a funding agreement with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, contingent upon receiving an extension to the municipal modernization project, due date February 18, 2021. The staff be directed to strike a project steering committee with staff membership from each municipality and report back to a future council meeting, and that's a county council meeting, with a draft RFP for consulting resources to undertake the feasibility study, that if no extension to the project report deadline is negotiated, that funding for a waste management feasibility study be included in the 2022 budget for council consideration. So that's just by way of an update. Madam Clerk, would you please read the motion at hand, and then I will call the vote.
For you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council receive, the motion moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Council received the West Grey landfill operations update for information.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Five members of council voted in favor. All those opposed? 2 members of council voted in opposition. The motion has carried. Okay, so we've had quite a morning already in terms of the items that we're dealing with here at the council table. I'm wondering if council would like a break. And we're looking at, this is normally when we deal with things. So if we take a break for 10 minutes, how about we come back at 1:45? Does that seem okay with everybody? All right, please turn off your video and your mic, and we'll see you back at 1:45. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. We're at 10:46. I'm just confirming that we have all our members of council. Deputy Mayor, are you also there? Okay, we have all members of council. Madam CAO, do you have the staff that you require?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I see the staff that we need. Thank you.
Okay, so we're ready to begin. Is the recording on? I can answer my question myself if I look at the top right. So we're ready to go now on 7.2, Director of Finance, Treasurer Report, Center Gray Health Services Foundation, Markdale Hospital. Clerk Sharbeck to the recommendation, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that council provides direction on the amount of the donation to the Center Gray Health Services Foundation for the Markdale Hospital project, including the sources for funding and timing of the donation.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Okay. Oh, Councillor Hergert, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I will second the motion.
Is there any questions on this item motion for from members of council? Councillor Hutchinson.
Maybe not so much a question as a statement.
Okay.
So my understanding is that the Markdale Foundation is asking for the donation, which was to be of 190,000, plus they're asking for an increase, which is basically interest. But my understanding from this whole situation was that, as it says in the background, that we were given a 10-year time frame to provide that $190,000. So the understanding being that from the time of build, we had 10 years to give that $190,000. It seems like when the foundation came to us, they were saying, you were committed $190,000, we'd like it now. So I think as a council, we need to decide what we're doing there, because we have $80,000 in our budget, not $190,000. And the hospital was supposed to be built for $24 million. It's now over $60 million. I think there's either we're misunderstanding or they're misunderstanding the whole process. But my understanding was that we had 10 years to provide $190,000. That's why we took some money out of there, thinking that we had, from the time of bill, we had 10 years to provide that amount. So that's sort of my understanding. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, and members of, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson. And members of council, the recommendation is that council provides direction on the amount of the donation and including the sources of funding and timing. So as mover and seconder, we'd be, as you're moving and seconding the motion in terms of what is going to be addressed in that. I'm going to go to Councillor Townsend and then I'll come back to our mover and seconder. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're kind of going down the path that I was. I was wondering
Sure.
whether we pass the recommendation that we will provide a recommendation by the end of the meeting. I'm not sure what that accomplishes, but that is the recommendation. Or we develop the motion as we go along, which I think is the better approach of the two, as to, for example, what will be the amount? What will be the period? How will we fund it? What can come from the reserves? What can come from the budget? If we did each of those and then we put a motion forward, that to me makes more sense.
Well, we're looking for how council is going to deal with this right now on this item. So whatever is proposed by this council, and we will have, in terms of what direction, how much money, and where it's coming from, and the time frame. So now is the discussion. Do you have any suggestions, Councillor?
I got tons of them, actually. I looked at probably 7 different options as to how to fund it. And it was a variety between whether or not we took the 80,000 immediately and whether we took the, use that to help spread out and reduce the cost. And the reason, or the other factor, I guess, that was in there is this year in 2021 budget, we had a $10,000 deposit into the reserve. So I would suggest we maintain that. So there's 10,000 of the annual amount that you would have to pay. So obviously the third thing I assumed is one way or the other, we would pay this over 10 years. So those were the sort of 3 points I looked at, and then there was a variety of options. The minimum impact would be, would be to pay 80,000 in year one. So actually use the reserve. You would then have a 11,000 per annum for 10 years, which is 110,000. So then you get 80 plus 110 is your 190 at least, right? If we are going to do the, 218,000 number, then the trick there would be that the best option would be to have, again, the 80,000 from reserve, 13,850 annually, but then remember that's offset by the 10,000 we already have there. So it means going forward, we would have to budget an additional $3,850 per year. The alternative would be to fund that through borrowing the money. And to me, that doesn't make sense to incur yet more cost, right? So my recommendation, which you can treat as a motion, I guess, would be that we do pay the $218,500 as requested. Second of all, we do it payable over a 10-year period. And we fund it by taking the 80,000 out of the reserve and pay that in year one. And then for 10 years, we pay 13,850 per annum, with the 10,000 that was in the 2021 budget remaining going forward until such time as that debt is realized.
Thanks. So Clerk Scharbeck, could this be treated as an addendum to the main motion if it would be appropriate at this time?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved and seconded. I guess the recommendation is staff's recommendation to council asking for direction on this. So to turn that into a motion, and it's up to the mover and seconder, is that it would be more appropriate to take that recommendation and word it that council directs that whatever amount, 218,000 is what Councillor Townsend's proposing, be the total donation to the Markdale Hospital project, to be funded as follows. So I guess that's up to the mover and seconder if they want to fit those numbers in, or if they're agreeable with that, to make it a decision.
Sure. Well, let's try that at this point. As the mover, Deputy Mayor, is that agreeable to you?
That's agreeable to me, Mayor Robinson.
As the seconder, Councillor Hergert, is that agreeable?
Yes, the $218,500 was the full request.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so
Can we-
we're just, yeah.
Could we carry on and formulate how that will be paid? I think that could be the amendment as well.
Yep, that's where we're coming at this point, because we need to know how it is being funded. Clerk Scharbeck, do you have a comment on that?
I do. Right now, what we've got, and this is a motion being formulated.
Yes.
As we go, is my understanding that the amount of the donation is $218,500 over to be paid, funded over 10 years, 80,000 in the first year from reserves, and 13,850 per year thereafter for the remaining 9 years. Is that kind of where we're at?
Okay.
And we're looking at where that $13,850 each year is coming from.
Right.
I'm not sure.
We don't have that clarity as yet. Councillor Townsend, on the language so far, and you still have the floor, is there a suggestion where the source of the funding?
Yes, it was. The 80,000 would be, for example, in 2021. And then the 13,850 would be from the levy beginning in 2022 and run for 10 years. And the recommendation is to keep, if you recall, when we do 1 year, or so one-time donations or assignments of costs, then they're backed out next year and they don't, they get to be redecided, if you will. I'm suggesting we make that decision now to leave that 10,000 in. So in essence, it will not be an increase to the 2022 levy because it's already in 2021 base, right? And the additional 3,850 would then be an increase to the levy.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, you had your hand up. Nope, you're fine. Okay, just attentive to my screen here.
In the Director Maiton's comments.
Pardon me, Councillor Townsend?
I said I'd also be interested in Director Maiton's comments to make sure that that is clear to her and that
Certainly.
she is in agreement.
Director Maiton.
Yes, that's clear. Thank you.
All right. All right, Deputy Mayor, on the, well, you know what, before I do that, I wonder, Clerk Sharbeck, when you're prepared, could the motion be read back? And I'll look to the mover and seconder for agreement if they're liking the wording. How's that? As we're developing this.
To Mayor Robinson, if Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Hergert are in agreement, this is where we're at right now. That council directs that $218,500 that a donation in the amount of $218,500 be provided to the Centre Grey Health Services Foundation for the Markdale Hospital project, to be funded as follows: $80,000 from reserves in 2021, $13,850 per year thereafter for 10 years to be funded from the levy.
Okay. So Deputy Mayor's got a thumbs up, and that was Hergert. Okay, you're fine with that. I'm going to first double check. Councillor Townsend, you still have your hand up. Are you completed with your questions?
I am for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify, to me, the way it reads is that we put $10,000 into the budget, into reserve this year, 2021. So that gives us the 80,000. Councillor Townsend seemed to be saying that 10,000 could be used next year as part of the 2022 budget. I don't understand. I'm not sure if I'm clear. So the 80,000 is in reserve, which includes the 10,000 that we put in 2021. Is that correct?
Let's get some clarity on that from Director Maiton.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So the 10,000 is already in our budget for 2021. So in 2022, we'll need to have that 10,000 remain plus another $3,850. And that will be the new base level for the next 10 years. That'll be built into there. The increase year over year between 2021 and 2022 will be that additional 3,850. But the 10,000 we had budgeted this year, and it would continue on being budgeted for and with an increase. And that's how it would be funded going forward.
So the 10,000 that we budgeted this year is not in reserves. Is that basically what you're saying?
It's in reserve, and that's where you get your $80,000. So for next year, you'll need, we need to budget 13,850. 10,000 we have, another 3,850 would be the increase year over year.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And the motion is very comprehensive. So thank you, Councillor Townsend. And just wanted to check in with Director Maiton if she has any additional comment or concerns or anything else we should know before we vote on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Maiton.
No, that's as long as council understands what is being proposed, then I can continue to budget for that accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't recall us having a comprehensive discussion about the additional request of a further $28,000. I know we had a presentation.
That's right.
But it seems like the mood around the table is that we are going to grant this additional request. I wasn't personally in favor of that. I think our $190,000 contribution was very magnanimous. It was a vote of faith in a project that was very sketchy and needed a sort of a vote of confidence. And we provided that vote of confidence years ago to help get it off the ground. This is a facility that's outside of our community. We're asking all of the ratepayers in West Grey to make this contribution. I know that a number of ratepayers in one corner of West Grey will use this facility, but we're asking all of the ratepayers to pay for it. So I think we need to honor our initial commitment, but I'm not in favor of increasing the commitment at this time. Our budget processes are very, very painful. And we're leaving things out each year that we do our budget. We're leaving things out that we think are essential, but that we just can't afford to do. An additional, $2,800 per year doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up to $28,000, $28,500. So I would like to, I guess I would move an amendment to the motion that's being discussed, that the rates be adjusted down to the earlier rates that Councillor Townsend indicated, which only takes us to the initial $190,000 commitment.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Shea. We do have, I don't see that as an amendment to the motion. I see, unless Clerk Sharbeck says something different, which I'm more than willing to hear. But to me, we've got a motion on the floor that should be voted on. And if it is voted down, then there's an opportunity to bring your motion forward. We did have the delegation, just to respond to your comment, if not a question. We had the delegation, and as we have as this council, we hear delegations. And we determined that there would be a staff report brought forward, which is where we're at now for having the discussion in terms of what the direction that we are asking staff to undertake in terms of the donation to the Centre Grey Health Services Foundation for the Markdale Hospital project, the funding sources and the timing of the donation, so that you're well within your discussion points that you're making at this time. So Clerk Sharbeck, your comments, please, because I want to just ensure procedural. The motion on the floor is very different from what Councillor Shea is presenting as an amendment. So, or tell me something different. Tell the council different. Looking for your advice on this, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the initial motion provides for a total of $218,500. So I'm not sure, and that would include the new request.
Right.
So that's what's been moved and seconded. I'm not sure, Councillor Sherry, you're looking for an amendment that would make that number $190,000 instead of $218,500?
Yes, that's my hope, is that that's where we could land. And if we need to do it by defeating this motion and then having another one, I will promise that I will make that motion just as soon as I'm.
That might be the cleanest way to do it. And then, well, if it ends up, this is defeated and council decides on 190,000, then how we fund it, it will be a messy amendment, but it might be cleaner that way. And then we can set out the funding over whatever time period as well.
Good. Okay. Yes, it does. And it's online with how I wish to proceed, but just certainly wanted the clarity on the procedure. Okay. So I'm going back to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comment was going to be talking about the increase in the request for the increase as well, and why I put it forward. I'm not sure how many people were using the services out in Markdale back in, what was it, 2014, I think, 13 or 14, when that was originally agreed. My information tells me we are in excess of 2,000 West Grey residents are in fact using the facilities out there, which means if they use the clinic, they will likely use the hospital as well. And my concern is we pay very little, if anything, towards that. We do support the Durham one every year because of the impact that has on our community. And I'm going to argue, so does it have the same impact on the new Markdale Hospital and the clinic out in Markdale as well? So recognizing we are very geographically spread out and recognizing people will use different medical avenues and operations and services. That's why I propose the 218.5 and not the 190. It's not a significant increase. You're right, it's $2,850 a year extra. That's only for 10 years. And after that, we have no obligation beyond that. So I thought it was a fairly small amount to actually acknowledge and support the residents of West Grey that do in fact use the services out there. So I just wanted to be able to justify that, and I didn't want to do it as part of the motion discussion, but to do it after the fact as to why I was recommending the 218,500. Thank you for the time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And it was most appropriate that you provided your comments now as we have a motion at hand. I did see Councillor Hergert's hand. I just want to double check if that's still relevant.
Yes, procedurally, is there a possibility to sever the motion into two parts so that first we would agree to the amount and secondly, we would agree to the process in which we would pay the amount that we as council agree upon?
So you can separate out a motion that will take a mover and a seconder to separate out, and we would call the vote on that. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Yep. Okay. So if that's what you're looking for, yes, Councillor Hergert, if you could be very clear on what your separation motion will be, and I will look for a second. Thank you.
Yes, the motion would be a motion to sever the requested amount and the pay schedule.
Okay. Does that provide enough clarity for the wording of the motion, Clerk Scharbeck? After you finish writing, I'm posing that question to you.
So I would say moved by Councillor Hergert that the question be divided to address the amount, the donation amount in one motion, and the schedule and funding for that donation in a second motion. Is that how you want it divided? Okay.
Okay. Is there a seconder for this motion? And I see Councillor Shea, your hand is up. Is that to speak to another motion, or is that for seconding this motion?
I will second this motion. I did want to comment, but I will second this motion.
Okay, Councillor Shea. Is there any comments or clarity on the motion at hand? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Okay, so Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the first motion that we'll be dealing with? And I'll ask if there's any questions of clarity on it.
So through you, Mayor Robinson, I'll ask Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and Councillor Hergert if their names stand as mover and seconder. For the first part being that donation in the amount of $218,500 be provided to the Senator Gray Health Services Foundation for the Markdale Hospital project.
Deputy Mayor, does your name stand?
My name will stand. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hergert?
Yes, my name will stand as a seconder.
Okay. Any questions of clarity on this section? Councillor Shea, I do see your hand.
I have a point of argumentation. I don't know if it's a question of clarity. Is that allowed? Okay. Just to Councillor Townsend's comments about the 2,000 users. As he indicated, our citizens use health facilities all over the place. if Hanover was coming to us with a similar request, would we be bound to honor that? How many West Grey residents use the Owen Sound Hospital? How many West Grey residents use the London Hospital? I would suggest probably in the area of 2,000. Those 2,000, we have benefited those 2,000 users who are likely to use that hospital by making a $190,000 contribution. If those 2,000 users wish to see a larger contribution, I suggest that they can make private donations, and I'm sure many of them have. And I'm sure that the hospital foundation is working hard to solicit private donations from the people who use it. So I think we've gone above and beyond. I think that the unfortunate reality is that hospitals, while ostensibly a provincial jurisdiction, tend to fall to the response, a large part of the responsibility falls to the municipality in which they are situated. So this hospital is situated in Markdale, in Grey Highlands, and so that's that municipality's responsibility, I'm afraid. That's why I think that our initial donation should be satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this main motion of clarity? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I do agree with Councillor Shea on the prioritization of our role and responsibility as a municipality. I do also know the costs have gone up substantially on this project, as well as we've seen that in other areas for our own projects. I do know that individuals within West Grey utilize several healthcare units, several hospitals. I believe that this is just a commitment to our local area to provide a hospital service near our home. And I stand by the commitment of the $218,500 and thank council for their time.
Thank you. Anything further, members of council? So Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion and I will then call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hergert. Council hereby directs that a donation in the amount of $218,500 be provided to the Centre Grey Health Services Foundation for the Markdale Hospital project.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I am calling for a recorded vote.
Okay. And with the mayor calling for a recorded vote, the motion is specific to the $218,500 donation for the Markdale Hospital project. Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Councillor Hamilton, no.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
No.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And the motion is carried.
Thank you. Now, if we could have Clerk Sharbuck on the second part of the motion, if you could please read that. I'll see if there's any questions of clarity. And again, I will ask for a recorded vote on this item.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'll just get my paperwork in order here for another.
Oh, certainly.
The second part of the question is that the donation in the amount of $218,500 for the Markdale Hospital project be funded over 10 years as follows: 80,000 from reserves in 2021, $13,850 per year thereafter for 10 years to be funded from the levy. And there is at this point not a mover and seconder.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hergert, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I will move this motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchison, I will second the motion.
Thank you. Over to you, Clerk Scharbach, for the recorded vote.
And the mayor's.
Pardon me, any items of clarity? Let's do that first. Councillor Shea.
First of all, I just want to express my displeasure with the way the last vote was handled, especially the action to make it a recorded vote, which is perfectly within your rights, Your Worship.
Yes.
I was not voting against making a $190,000 contribution. I was voting against making a $28,000 addition. And yet it was structured in such a way that I was obliged to vote against the $190,000 if I wanted to vote against the $28,000. So I'm just making that as an observation. But the question I have about the current motion is the first year 2021? And if so, or is it 2022? So is it 2021? Is it 80,000 plus 10 more payments? Or does it need to be 80,000 plus 9 more payments?
Director Maiton.
That depends on how council wants to proceed based on the proposed funding that Councillor Townsend meant. At 13,850, that would be 10 more payments starting in 2022. Is how it was structured.
Isn't our agreement with the foundation that we will provide the amount within 10 years of the project starting, and the project has started? And so don't we already have a commitment to do it by a certain time?
Director Maiton?
Yes, the original pledge was over a 10-year, but we are changing that. At this point, they've asked for a different amount. We are changing that schedule. So it is still discretionary. It's council's pledge and their commitment. So it depends on how they want to fulfill it.
Okay, I just don't want to be going back on a previous commitment that we made.
Okay, anything further, Councillor Shea?
No, thank you.
Thanks. And the recorded vote was duly requested, and on the that first part of the motion, and I have a recorded vote for this motion as well. Councillor Hergert.
Just to Councillor Shea's point there, the $190,000 that has been committed will be paid within the 10 years. However, that increase will take us 2 more years. Will take us 1 more year to pay out the $28,500. So we are not actually going back on our pledge. They will have the $190,000 from the 10 years, from within that 10-year time of the build, right? Okay, just to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, questions of clarity have been asked. Over to you, Clerk Scharbach, for the recorded vote.
Through Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Deputy Mayor, that the donation in the amount of $218,500 for the Markdale Hospital project be funded as follows: $80,000 from reserves in 2021, $13,850 per year for 10 years thereafter to be funded from the levy. And calling a recorded vote, Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, yes. I'm curious about the structure of our recorded vote here and who's first, second, third, fourth, how we're doing this. But on the motion, Councillor Hergert, yes.
The procedural bylaw now says it's in random order. So there's a number of pre-printed recorded votes, and I just pull it out of the envelope, whichever one I pull. So we haven't had many since that change. So Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend in favor?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
Yes.
And that is carried.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are now moving on to 7.3. Bylaw 58-2021, 2021 water and sewage. I think at this point, because council suspended the rules in order to permit Don Tremble to ask his or speak, extend his delegation here for 5 minutes. What I'm suggesting is we'll get Don Tremble's questions. I will ask members of council if they have any questions. I will have our Director of Finance and Treasurer will obviously be listening to all those questions and then respond to them. And then I'd be looking at that point for Clerk Sharbeck to read the recommendation, mover and seconder. So that's kind of the format because you suspended the rules. I'm just looking for some order in which that'll take place. So with this item being called, we'll now have Don Tremble come forward and for your 5 minutes of your delegation time, which was listed previous. Go ahead, ask your questions or speak for that amount of time. Members of council, if you have any questions, I'll address those following the delegation. Okay, Mr. Tremble.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
So like, I guess I misunderstood here. Like my questions are on that paper. I want to see what, so I could have said the same thing half an hour ago. Like I like you to tell me why this is, and I can ask questions that way. So I still don't know, what the procedure is or why these costs are. So what questions am I going to ask? I sent you a paper asking my stuff. So can Carrie not do the report and me ask questions on that?
Okay, Mr. Tremble. So you have questions that are contained in your correspondence. And those are, I would say, those are the questions you're asking for clarification on. Is that correct?
Yes.
We're looking for it's a delegation. So you speak to us what you wish this council to know. You've got these questions, so we'll have our Director of Finance and Treasurer respond. And so I just need to make that clear. So out of your correspondence dated June 25th, there's some inquiries in there. That's what you wish addressed. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we'll get those questions addressed and look to Director Mighton to reference that correspondence that's on our agenda. So let's move forward now. Thank you very much, Mr. Tremble. Members of council, on Bylaw 58-2021-2021 water.
Point of order, Mayor Robinson?
Sure.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. When you turn like this, your mic cuts out.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so we've got the questions that Mr. Tremble have, and our director is aware of that. I'd like to just get the questions from the members of council, and then our Director of Finance will respond to everything at that time, and then we'll look for if there is a motion. Starting with Councillor Hutchinson. And thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I'll keep looking forward. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, so my first question to Director Mighton, or maybe Director of Infrastructure, has to do with the connection, water and sewer connection fee. Like, what does that really cover? I'm a little bit confused because we're talking about covering costs for future infrastructure, yet we're putting it in under water and sewer connection fees. So the increase is from 600 to 2,000. Can someone explain to me what that really is covering? given that in the development, as Mr. Trumbull has said, he already puts in the water and sewers and connects. If it's a new house out in West Gray somewhere, I can understand that you know, our guys have to go in and do the connection to the property line. So I'm a little fuzzy on what this fee really is covering.
Okay.
That's my first question.
Thank you. I wonder if, I'm just looking for questions at this point. I addressed this with the clerk and CAL. So the process that we're using here is if all members of council can ask their questions, and then we'll have Director Mighton and at this point, Director Shonsky. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson, at this time?
Not this time.
Okay, Councillor Shea then?
Yes, at the end of the delegations, you typically ask councillors if they have any points of clarity to ask the person delegating. I did have a point of clarity that I wanted to ask Mr. Tremble about something that he said in the first half of his delegation earlier today. Is that okay?
Okay, let me get the rest of the questions down and then we'll come back to you. We're just dealing with the questions at this point. I've just made a little note on my paper here, Councillor Shea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything further in terms of questions overall? Okay, thank you. Now on to Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like some clarity on the purpose of, or the funding, if you will, for the actual maintenance. Once the connection has been made, my understanding was that the funding for maintenance would come out of the user rates for water sewer, and the connection fee is for installation. So I'd like confirmation of that, and also in line with that to find out if we are underfunded at this point, meaning under recovering on the maintenance side, and are we trying to catch up a bit from increasing the connection fees, or are the connection fees, or sorry, the cost to connect from the municipal side, have they increased sufficiently enough that the 2,000 is literally just for connection?
Okay, anything further in terms of questions?
At this point, no, thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I just got a couple points here as well, questions, if you will. My understanding is that we are currently, again, my understanding is we do have a consultant looking at it. So what I'd like to know is, how are we arriving at this number right now when we really, without the consultant report, I don't have a clear vision on what the life expectancy is on the Durham Tower or the Newstead Tower, or what the current infrastructure is. Where are we now, and where are we going to be in 5 years or 10 years from now? So I'm having a real difficult time trying to establish the amount of money that is requested right now without having that complete report. So that would be one question I'd have, is like, when could we expect some kind of feedback from the consultant? The other thing that I have to ask is the entertainment of looking at a phase-in concept, so that we can kind of capture some now, and as we go, we can implement once we get further information from the consultant. So those are my two questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I do have three questions. The amount of money in the water sewer reserve for Durham, as well as the water sewer reserve for Newstead. I'm curious about which engineering firm that we currently use for water sewer in West Gray. I believe we used to use GSS Engineering, and there was a lot of data that was collected. To that point, if we do not have that data, we may be starting from scratch. I appreciate the Deputy Mayor's comments about there is a report outstanding, and we don't have all the whole scope. We never will have all of it, and it will never be absolutely current, but to have the most amount of data available when we make a decision. I also agree with a potential phase-in process. I was curious, and I think our Director of Finance there, that typically we use an annual increase on something of this nature. We have not been doing that. I don't see that as a proposal either, just so that we keep current on rates and costs and so on. Also a question about which future projects we are trying to plan for and save money for. And the effective date, is it possible to change that to be October? That would be the next billing for water sewer rates. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Hutchinson, was your hand just not put back?
Sorry.
Okay.
No, I didn't put it down, but I do have other questions, but you can come back to me if you want.
Okay, so I think what I'd like to do is I'll go to Councillor Hamilton and we'll get some responses, but Councillor Hamilton, your questions?
Thanks, Mayor Robinson. If the director could please remind us when was the rate changed last time, the $600 connection fee? When's the last time that was updated? And if the director could also speak to the balance of connection costs versus those user fees and how we strike that balance. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to put the questions on the table. Councillor Hutchinson, did you have another question? And then I'll go to Councillor Townsend and get the responses from our directors.
Yeah, so beside my question about the connection fees, I think from the get-go, we've been told that we do have capacity for the new development. So I'm a little curious why we're changing, but also we do have, we've been told that in 2022, we're looking at bringing in a consultant to look at our capacity in the future. So my question is why are we doing this now when we're looking at doing it next year in terms of a review, given that we do have another development coming, and also we have Rockwood coming, which is going to, the county's already said they may be willing and doing a cost sharing. So I'm thinking, why are we doing this now when we could push it to next year to get a full picture and then really see where we're at, rather than slapping something on our connection charges, which I'm not sure if that's the right place to begin with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Townsend, before I go to the directors, was there an additional question?
Yes, there was. Thank you. One of the things that we have stated throughout our whole term is consultation and transparency. And my understanding was that Mr. Trimble was advised late in the day prior to us actually seeing the report in sense of the council meeting, not necessarily the distribution. And I'm wondering why our process isn't to take a major stakeholder that is in the process of developing 241 homes in phases, of course, but at least the phases that were already approved under the subdivision agreement or agreement of subdivision, why we wouldn't have consultation prior to bringing this before council to ensure that the understanding on impact, the understanding on process, and actually treating a partner like a partner. So that's my other question. Normally you don't take someone who's working with you and kind of surprise them. You actually have them as part of the process. So I'm wondering why we didn't do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's been a number of questions, including the questions relayed on the correspondence from Don Trimble. We'll begin with Director Mighton. Are you able to respond? And then those other questions for Director Schwensky. So let's begin. Thank you.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. The connection fee it's for the capital costs associated to buying into the system. When we looked at the estimates, we were looking at a 3-phase development of increasing the water sewer servicing lines along Durham Road and also the 2 water towers. And we're estimating just at a preliminary level of that being somewhere between $5 and $6 million. So the capital costs of the people buying into the system would be somewhere around that 30%, depending on what the actual costs turn out to be. If it's not funded, it's a balance between what is paid by new users buying into, connecting to the system, and the existing users. It must be a user pay system. So ultimately, if we decrease the amount that we're asking new users to contribute, upfront, then we will just have to collect it on all of the existing users of the system. It has to be self-funded and not funded from the tax base. So it's entirely council's discretion as to what you want to set the rates at, but the system does need to fund itself. We have started with engineers have been hired. They're currently going through capacity assessments on the Newstead and Durham systems. The reserves for Newstead in water sewer are $23,500, and in Durham it's $180,000. The effective date, you can choose when you want it to be effective as well. We were originally, when this was proposed, looking at it being effective for the third quarter, which would run from July to September. If you want to change it to the fourth quarter, that would be October to December, is what the quarterly billing cycle would be. And the last time we increased the rates, or as far as the capital connection rates, it's been $600 since 2005 in there. So I think that touches on most of the questions.
Okay, thank you. Director Sawinski, out of the questions that were posed, could you provide any response, please?
Certainly, Your Worship, and thank you for that. The question that was proposed was the engineering firm that we're using. And essentially, GSS is the engineering firm that has been handling the majority of our sewer and water engineering consultations. And they are currently underway with respect to a capacity report for both the Durham and the Newstead water and sewer systems. The other question that was asked, what other future projects are that we that should be on the horizon that we need to take into consideration as far as infrastructure upgrades. And as Director Mike has touched upon, it's the water towers in both Newstead and in Durham, the standpipe in Durham. Both require work, as well as the reservoir. She also touched upon essentially the 3 phases of County Road 27 and the 2 phases of Durham Road East with respect to the urbanization of that entire roadway. And essentially, once we get a better idea with respect to our sewer capacities as well, we have infrastructure with respect to our sewer in both in Newstead, for example, there are lagoons that are there. So any plans of subdivision that are being considered and so forth for the community of Newstead, those considerations will need to be underway as well with respect to the lagoon capacities for sewage treatment. Also with again, from a planning perspective, any new additional subdivisions that are proposed to the communities of Durham or Newstead, further infrastructure upgrades will be required with respect to providing and servicing those proposed subdivisions should those come to fruition. And I believe those are the only questions that were remaining that I could answer at this point.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to continue that discussion about the GSS report, when is that report expected, please?
I can have the capacity report. I'm just trying to think here. I can have that for this fall.
This fall. And do we have any idea if $2,000 actually covers the cost of connection? It may be more or maybe less, but we're setting this fee. We need to have a justification for this fee. Do we know that $2,000 will cover the cost of connection?
Director Meitzen, do you want to take the financial question?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. The $2,000 was based on a preliminary estimate between $5 and $6 million for the Durham Road 3-phase project and the the water tower and the reservoir. So that if the projects come in more, but that was a very high level based on that, and coming up with somewhere between a 30 and 40% contribution from new users towards those capital projects. That's where that number came from.
Okay.
Thank you both very much for the information you've provided. I do feel that, having that information regarding the amount in the reserves and knowing what our future, very, very near future capital expenditures will be regarding new water towers is very valuable information that lets me know that at minimum we need a $2,000 connection fee. I will look forward to the rest of council's input on this, but I do not see any issue with the $2,000 connection fee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Hutchinson, and then Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, just a question, maybe to our director. I believe in our subdivision agreement that there was some cost provided to West Gray from the developer for the upgrade of Durham Road East. Is that not correct in terms of water and sewer connections and that type of thing under the road?
Director.
Your worship, is that directed toward me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, through your worship. I would have to confirm that, but I do believe that there was some contribution. I could report back with respect to what that number was, and if that is the will of council.
Right. So that was part of it. My concern with this is that we have the developers in the middle of selling houses, and all of a sudden we're jacking up the fees. So I don't think that's really fair. So my suggestion, and I would make a motion if that's the case, that I have no problem with the increases in the overall water sewage charges, but actually when I look at my bill, we have a charge called the capital and financing charge on every water and sewer bill in West Gray, in Durham and Newstead, and it's going from $312 to $324. So there's a $12 increase there. So there is money coming in for capital charges every water bill. So my suggestion is that we defer the water and sewer connection fees until we hear from our consultants and we make a plan. I think we need a clear vision of where our costs are, where we're going, and how much we need to increase. And then that way, our developers, the people that are looking at building, know down the road that there's going to be some increases in water and sewers based on our consultant recommendations. So I would like to make a motion to defer the water and sewer connection fee of $2,000 until we have that consultant's report and we can make a plan.
Thank you. Clerk Scharbeck, is the motion at hand appropriate at this time? And if so, I'd be looking for a seconder. I'm procedurally checking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to confirm, Councillor Hutchinson, are you deferring this bylaw in its entirety?
No, I think if we can amend the bylaw so that we defer that section of the water and sewer charge, the rest of the bylaw, I don't have a problem with. I mean, small increases, we need to do that. But that charge, I think, is something we can defer.
So, through your worship, I think the motion would be that that bylaw 58/2021 be amended. By removing any increases to the connection fees. Is that? And that will allow the rest of the bylaw to be passed. Is that your intent, Councillor Hutchinson?
Yeah,
okay.
But I'd also like to hear from Mr. Tremble before we make any decisions.
So I want to go to Director Mighton at this time in terms of what the motion you had a comment, so I wanted to recognize your raised hand.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, I was just going to try to help wordsmith there. Instead of a deferral, if you just note that the rate for connection fees will be, if it's continuing at 600, increasing it to 1,000. You know, if you just, instead of deferring using that terminology, perhaps you just want to amend it that the capital connection fees are, and whether it's, like I said, 600, 1,000, whatever your rate that you want to put in there, and do it that way, as opposed to the confusion of deferring it while still implementing the charge. So I just thought maybe that would provide some clarity, that the charge be amended to whatever amount. If it's $600, leaving it at that. If it's 1,000, whatever you're going to amend it to, and do it that way. It was just a suggestion as you were trying to wordsmith how to come up with that motion.
So if
Well,
I
thank
may-
you, Director, for that. So I'm wondering, we'll go to Councillor Hutchinson and then over to our clerk for that language. Go ahead,
Right.
Councillor.
So if I may, then I would suggest that the connection fee stay at $600 until further consultation information.
Clerk Scharbach, to the language of the motion.
Through your worship, so moved by Councillor Hutchinson. We did take out the word defer, so that the bylaw is the question at hand. The bylaw will, that the bylaw be amended by removing any increase to the connection fees. And we can say, or be amended by keeping the connection fees at $600, if that's clearer, but it's the same thing.
Director Mighton, is that clear in terms of your work through this? Yes, okay. Councillor Hutchinson, on the language, are you fine with that?
Good.
Okay. Now, Clerk Scharbach, I want a procedural question posed to you, and that is Councillor Hutchinson asked for Don Tremble to speak at this time procedurally. Could you please assist with that? Is that appropriate? Because we've got a motion on the floor, and the questions were asked within the delegation time. I just want to ensure that that's addressed properly.
I'm not sure, Mayor Robinson. I know Council passed a resolution to take leave of the procedural bylaw for this item. The motion is moved by Councillor Hutchinson. It doesn't have a seconder as of yet.
Mm-hmm.
When there's a seconder and there's a motion on the floor, then it's appropriate for council to address that motion, but it's not on the floor until we get that seconder.
Okay.
Council's wish how you'd like to proceed outside of the procedural bylaw.
Yes, and we'd like to stay within the procedural bylaw if at all possible. Councillor Townsend, your hand is up. Would that be to second the motion?
Yes, it was, and I also have a comment, please.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder for the motion. Your comment can be taken now.
Thank you very much. First of all, I don't like the 2,000 in the sense of the surprise. And the one question that wasn't answered had to do with why the consultation wasn't made with a significant development activity going on. Why wasn't the immediacy, the impact, and the consultation done with that developer? And recognizing that you're not looking for them to agree, but you're looking to, as I said, treat them as a partner, have them to participate in the process so you understand what they're going to face, so you don't get this kind of result, right? So I'm still looking for that. But in the interim, I think it would be a mistake not to make any increase between now and next year when you get there. That's a long time of opportunity that, again, could put us behind the 8 ball of cost and issues. So I would be interested in Mr. Tremble's comments and impact on him personally, because one, he's already sold phase 1 basically, and the trick is he's committed to pricing because at the top, at least the revenue side of it, and we want him to continue. I mean, there's more to come. And there's more to come with the other developers that are around there. And even the small ones, the one-ofs or the fourplexes or threeplexes are still going to get hit in the same way. It just happens to be that Mr. Turnbull has come forward to make that comment. So I don't feel like we're giving him a privilege to do that, but we're taking an opportunity. So I would be interested in seeing us not leave it at 600, but perhaps introducing a 750, a 1,000 to at least show we are moving forward. And we're not sitting here waiting for potentially another year before we actually get there. And then I get to the point, I'm not sure what our limitations are, since next year is an election year, as to what comes along and where we will be impeded by making other changes later. So if that happens, if that gets kicked in for some reason, then obviously we don't get tied into that. So I'm not sure who can answer that, perhaps the clerk, CAO, and definitely the impact of if we just increased it a slight amount this year and waited for the full study before doing the big jump.
I think it's not the motion at hand is what we have, but I'll go to Clerk Scharbeck, please.
The motion moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend is to leave the fees at $600. I'm just wondering, Councillor Townsend, are you moving an amendment to that to change the amount?
Yes, to 1,000.
To $1,000.
Yes.
So that is where we're at.
Okay, so we're dealing with the amendment at this point. So that's moved by Councillor Townsend on the amendment. Is that correct, Councillor Clerk Scharbeck? And I'd be looking for a seconder on the amendment to this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's moved by Councillor Townsend. Is there a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Hutchinson, is your hand up to second?
I would second it if it was deferred to, say, the start of the year, the new year, so we have some time, so people have some time and recognition that we're making changes. But I wouldn't want to see it happen right away.
Councillor Townsend, is there anything in addition within your amendment that you want to make at this time or no?
I would agree to implement, do that January 1st, something like that. I think Councillor Hutchinson, you're suggesting?
Mm-hmm.
I would agree to that change, yes.
Okay, at the appropriate time, Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the amending motion, and then I'll see if there's any questions of clarity from our members of council.
Through you, the motion to amend the main motion is moved by Councillor Townsend, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson to change the connection fees to $1,000 effective January 1st, 2022.
Councillor Townsend to the language. Okay, Councillor Hutchinson to the language on the motion.
I'm just not sure if, because there's two different rates there, right? One is for the full unit, and then the other is multiple units is 1,000. So I would like to see us do it in sort of the same scale. So it wouldn't be a full 1,000 for the multiple units.
Clerk Scharbeck, can you provide assistance, or would this be for?
Well, I'm not sure what exactly part of the bylaw you're amending now. So I think I'll defer to Director Mighton if she can assist. We've got a motion to amend a motion about connection fees staying at $600. That's been amended to change them to $1,000 from $600 effective January 1st. But is there a different part of the bylaw that you'd like to amend? I think this motion is maybe getting off track.
Yeah, and I want to keep the focus on it for sure. Director Mighton, was there a comment before I go back to Councillor Hutchinson?
Yes, sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, Schedule D, Item 8. It does note the capital connection charge 2,000 and for multiple units 1,000. So if you're changing the rate to 1,000, the multiple units following the same logic would go to 500.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd like to see us stay at the same increment across the board.
Okay, and Councillor Townsend is suggesting that as well. Deputy Mayor? To the amendment?
That's fine. No, it's, Director Mighton answered, and I got my clarity. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton then?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'm feeling very uneasy about this motion, and I do think it's an unwise motion. I'm relying on the expertise of our staff who have that big picture view of the needs of the entire system and for the long term. And these rates have been fixed, the ones that we're speaking of, for 15 years. And right now we're seeing unprecedented growth at a rate that's been fixed for 15 years. And what our directors brought today is just, the system has to fund itself at the end of the day. So if we have to spend $3 million on a new water tower tomorrow, we have to come up with the funds. And right now we're being asked to strike that balance between people who are new to the system, buying into the system, versus our existing client base of water users. And that's what we're debating right now. And so I think I'm feeling very uncomfortable with delaying this any further. Prices go up and down for the building of a home all the time. Wood's gone up, wood's come crashing down. Labor goes up, it never comes down, labor. These things happen. That's part of the business of building homes. I think I really want to rely on the expertise of our staff who are giving us like a stepping stone before our very detailed water charges study, which could see this be a much higher rate than the 2,000. So I think it's a very responsible thing to do. I'd be comfortable pushing this forward to the fourth quarter. I think that has provided a lot of notice from June until October. I'd be comfortable with that, but I'm not comfortable with what's on the floor right now. We have to think about the whole system, the whole community, and it's been fixed for 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, is your hand up from a previous discussion?
Well, could I respond to that?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so my concern is that we're all about communication. And here we are in the middle of a development, and all of a sudden we decide, hey, we need more money. So we start pushing things up. I don't think we've done a good job of communication. And I don't think we've done a good job of actually getting the data to back up our decision. So that's why I'd like to defer. We're putting in an increase. I understand that we're going to need more money for infrastructure, but I think that the way we've gone about it is not correct at this time. And that's why I'd like to see us push it off until we have more data to make a clear decision. And then that way, the people that are doing some work around West Grey have a heads up that down the road, there's going to be some increase. I've argued right from the start that this increase water and sewer should have been on development charges. That's where we should have put it in the first place, but we didn't do that. So anyways, we're at right now, and I think we've done a poor job of communicating this out, and that's what we're trying to correct here.
Okay, thank you. Clerk Sharbeck, I do have a question for you. Thank you for coming back on screen. Now, Councillor Shea earlier said that he had a clarification question from our delegation. I want to know for everyone so that it's clear, is that question more appropriate after the vote is called and we vote on it, or what would be the appropriate time? I just want to acknowledge that Councillor Shea had that question. So I'm looking to you. I know the rules were suspended in order to extend his delegation. He had an opportunity to speak, but Councillor Shea has a clarification. So I'm just looking to you for the procedural part of that. Thank you.
Right now we have a motion to amend the main motion. And just before we go any further, I'd like to clarify with the mover and seconder, Councillors Townsend and Hutchinson, that this motion to amend has been clarified a bit by saying that connection fees be change connection fees to $1,000, and for multiple units, change the connection fees to $500 effective January 1st, 2022. Did you want that $500 detail in there for the multiple units on Schedule D?
Councillor Townsend has indicated with a thumbs up, and Councillor Hutchinson also with a thumbs up. Clerk Sharback.
So that's on the floor for council's consideration, and then we're back to the main motion, which is that the bylaw be amended. And if it's council's wish to hear from Mr. Tremble at this point in time, it's council's wish. It's entirely up to you.
So you're suggesting at this juncture?
I'm suggesting it's council's wish. We're outside of the procedural bylaw right now, so.
Yeah.
I
do not like going out.
However you'd like to proceed.
Okay, I do not like going outside the procedural bylaw, so I'm going to ask council, is it based on what Clerk Sharbeck has suggested, is it council's wish to have Don Tremble speak at this time for the clarification? Councillor Shea? Yes, yeah, I'm just looking to everyone. Yes, they're all in agreement with that. So your question of clarification to Don Tremble, please go ahead.
Sorry, I was seeking to speak. I didn't realize I was voting.
Okay.
I'm going to withdraw my question to Mr. Tremble because of the concerns that people have about the procedural bylaw. And I understand that we are committed to consultation and communication. But I do think that it's not really appropriate to have citizens engaged in a debate during a vote on a matter that's in front of council. As Mr. Tremble indicated, he has spoken with 6 members of council about this issue, myself included, and he's spoken to staff. I think there's been quite a bit of communication. There was a lack of communication early on when this first came before us, and the date was July 1st, which I think was even in the past at that point, with the amount of notice that was being given. And so the concern that I had, and why I wanted to talk to Mr. Tremble, was about how many buildings he has sold that he has paid the lower rate on, that he is now going to have to go back and pay the higher rate on. And in other words, how many instances were there where he's going to be caught in a bind? Things that he hasn't sold yet, but are going to sell in the future, I think he can adjust his sales price to incorporate this addition. I think that's fair, and I don't think he would probably object to that. But having already made deals and then have the rate changed, and he has to absorb that, it seems to be what I think a lot of people on council are perceiving as something of an injustice. So I'm comfortable with the idea of pushing this back to, I believe it was in October is the next billing cycle. If this increase kicked in on the next billing cycle instead of the current billing cycle, I think that would ensure that any developers would not be caught between a rock and a hard place. They would either already have got their permits and paid their fee and they'd be paying the lower rate, or they won't have sold the properties and they will be able to incorporate this increase into their new sales price. So I'm not really interested in supporting this amendment, which I think is actually the crux of what we're debating. I am interested in supporting pushing this back to this increase back to the next billing cycle. So if this amendment fails, or if this motion fails, then that's what I would be advocating going forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now, the reason that I asked Clerk Sharbeck the question is because you were thinking you had a question of clarity for Mr. Tremble. So you said earlier you've withdrawn that. I just want to make sure that is correct. So we don't need to go any further on that then. We do have a motion at hand. I will have the clerk read it again in one moment. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, this is not about Can-Do and Mr. Tremble. Mr. Tremble spoke up, but I am sure if you went around to everyone in this building, they would have exactly the same concerns about the surprise, the short notice, and the magnitude of the increase. And I appreciate, my information says 2008 was the last time the rates were changed. And that's a long time. I fully appreciate that. But that's on us, and we have to deal with the careful process of how we then increase them. And to do it suddenly with no notice or very little notice, if it's under 24 hours, just didn't seem appropriate to me. So since we do have work coming, let's at least do something to correct that error and move forward. And I just wanted to say it's not about one developer, it's about every one of them. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Clerk Scharbeck, then could you please read the motion at hand and I will call the vote.
The motion to amend the main motion, I have moved by Councillor Townsend and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the motion to amend bylaw 58, 2021 be amended to provide that the capital water connection fees be changed to $1,000 and the capital water connection fees for multiple units be changed to $500 effective January 1st, 2022.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. All those opposed indicate with a raised hand.
May I ask for a
Mo-
recorded vote, please, Mayor Robinson? Thank you.
Certainly. Clerk Scharbeck, could you handle the recorded vote, please?
Yes. To you, Mayor Robinson, a recorded vote requested by Councillor Hamilton. For the motion to amend the main motion. Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, no.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Councillor Hamilton, no.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
No?
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
And that vote is carried.
Thank you. And now on to the main motion, and Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion, and we'll go with the recorded vote on this one as well. But before you read the motion, I've got two hands up. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, I think we sort of misled Mr. Trumbull that he's going to have some input here. We voted to go outside the procedural bylaw to have him have input. And here we are making a vote and he really hasn't had input. He's asked some questions, but he really hasn't been clarified in his questions. And I think it's important that we hear it. That was what this is all about, is lack of communication. Here we are, an opportunity to have him communicate and tell us where he's at and what he's thinking and where he's going, and we're not even asking him to do that. So
Councillor Hutchinson, I spoke at the beginning that we would be addressing the matter in terms of the procedural bylaw was waived for the delegation to be extended to this point. I made it very clear to ask any questions that the delegation had, and then for his part of the delegation, and also members of council were then asked to ask their questions. Questions were responded to by the Director of Finance and Treasurer, and also our Director of Public Works and Infrastructure. There was also Councillor Shea had at one point a question of clarity, which through the discussion, and I am paraphrasing, that was withdrawn. So we've had all that discussion at this point. And I also asked at that point, is the question of clarity withdrawn? And it was, and we've moved on to deal appropriately with the amending motion and then the motion at hand. And I was specific to ask the clerk to be part within that procedure. So that has all been accomplished. So that's a summary on everything for clarity. Okay. For the response to your question.
that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Townsend, before the clerk reads the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we seem to be focused so far just strictly on the finance side. And that seemed to be the only part of the bylaw that actually was being addressed. But in fact, the whole issue around the bylaw is to reaffirm what we already have with the adjustment of rates. So that the bylaw that is enforcing the rates and how we determine them and who pays them and connectivity from it, not a dollar amount, but an actual process amount is still before us. So I would like to raise an issue that I've had for a couple of years regarding the actual bylaw itself, and that is the forcing people to connect. And I'm going to do it in two ways. One is I understand why it's done, and I understand that when you have a system available, the idea is to encourage everybody that you can to actually participate and connect, and I support that. However, there are circumstances when that is not.
Councillor Townsend, pardon me, please excuse me. I'm going to ask that we have the clerk read. I thought your question perhaps was of clarity. So what, and it may end up that way, but I'm going to ask Clerk Sharbeck to read the main motion. And if there's questions at that point, I will come to you first on that, because we need to address the motion that we're dealing with. So we've only have the amendment at this point. So Clerk Sharbeck, could you please read the main motion at this point, and then I'll ask for if there's any questions of clarity on that main motion.
Can I ask a point of order before you do that?
Of course.
Will that allow me the opportunity to make a further amendment after that, if that in fact is the case?
I believe that is the case on that. Clerk Sharbeck, just to you for clarity on that, please, procedurally.
This main motion is moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend to amend Bylaw 58 by changing Schedule D, Item 8, to set capital water connection fees at $1,000 and for multiple units at $500 effective January 1st, 2022. So it's not passing the bylaw. It's just amending. It's not passing the bylaw, it's amending the bylaw.
Okay, and Councillor Townsend is potentially thinking there potentially would need to be an amendment to this. Is this procedurally correct at this time, or do we deal with the main motion at hand?
I would recommend that you deal with this motion because it's very specific to the connection fees.
Okay, thank you. So that resolves your question at this time. So, Clerk Sharbeck, I would ask you to read the main motion at hand. I will call the vote and we'll go from there. Thank you.
So moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Townsend that Bylaw 58, 2021 be amended by changing Schedule D, Item 8 to set capital water connection fees at $1,000 and capital water connection fees for multiple units at $500 effective January 1st, 2022.
Thank you. A recorded vote, please. Oh, thank you.
And calling for a recorded vote, Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend, in favor.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hutchinson, in favor.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Councillor Hamilton, no.
And that motion is carried.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Townsend, is there anything further?
Yes, I'm going to ask if this is appropriate when I finish. I realize that the bylaw is to do with the costing, but there are other aspects of the bylaw that concern me, as I was talking about, and that has to do with forcing people to actually connect when it's either against their culture, their religion, whatever. And I go back to July 2020 when we passed a resolution to condemn the unjust treatment, oppression of those specific people. So, for example, if the culture says, I don't want treated water, I want nature, natural, do we have the right to say, no, you can't do that? And, or do we say it's up to you to figure out if you can do it, how to do it? Or do we take this as an opportunity to actually say that we acknowledge that those opportunities are available and we will in fact be able to? If that isn't appropriate to raise it now, then I will raise it as a notice of motion later in the agenda. But my intent was to at least raise the issue as part of the discussion of the bylaw, since it does touch the water and sewer bylaw in its entirety as it's attached, and ask for clarification on that at this point.
Yeah, I see that as a notice of motion, but I'm looking for clarity from our clerk, please. The question has been posed.
To your worship, I'm not sure quite exactly what clarity you're looking for, or if Councillor Townsend is making a motion to amend the bylaw further, or perhaps giving notice of motion that the bylaw be amended.
Councillor Townsend, what are you looking for? Yep. Thank you.
In clarity, recognizing the bylaw was primarily focused on cost, but cost is impacted by who connects and how they connect, and if they're forced to connect. So or not. My question or my issue really was to raise concern about the fact that we force people who culturally do not want to, and probably ultimately have the right to do so, right, to say no, and yet we don't acknowledge that in a proactive way. We'll leave it up to them to figure out how to navigate the system to get to that result. And my feeling is, why don't we offer that as part of our action steps that council takes to actually live the commitment we made back in July 2020, which goes beyond education. It's actually a step to say, this is what we're going to do to recognize these situations exist. If there's others, we can go there, but this is one I know exists, and I know that we don't acknowledge it, and we don't share, we don't make it obvious to the people that they can do that. So I wanted to raise that here. So if it's not part of, the rate, sorry. So if it's not appropriate to raise it without notice, if you will, where people have time to think about it and address it and do some research if staff needs to, then I'm prepared to do it as a notice of motion. And that was the clarity I was looking for, Clerk Sharbrook. So, based on all that information, and thank you very much, Councillor Townsend, could you respond to the path forward, Clerk Sharbrook?
Your worship, what we have at this point is the bylaw has been amended. So now it's before council to be read a first, second, and third and final time as amended, if that's council's wish.
Well, that certainly is how we address the last main motion. And I think what Councillor Townsend is suggesting potentially is making any other additional change that he may suggest, and whether that would be considered by council.
Okay, through you, your worship. I think Councillor Townsend, and maybe I misunderstood, you were talking about bringing forward a notice of motion. So if you give notice of a motion, that I can put that motion on our next agenda for a vote. And that would be to further amend the bylaw specifically to who connects and who doesn't connect, or is that my understanding? I'm getting it right, Councillor Townsend?
Yep, I am fine with that. I just wanted to make sure that I realized it was outside the scope of cost, and that's really what the focus of this presentation was. So I will address it as a notice of motion later in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I
Perfect.
see.
30.
Thank you. All right, before we move on to the next item, Councillor Hergert, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. To Councillor Townsend's point, we do have precedent for an individual or an individual to seek relief from any bylaw. We have that later in this agenda today. We, as council, would need to look at the specifics and as council agree to any relief of a specific bylaw. But I believe this bylaw, as you know, is good for the whole of the body. If there needs to be some specific exemption, you know, council could always read a letter and entertain that at that time as well.
Thank you. We're now moving on to 7.4, which is bylaw 59-2021. Confirm the proceedings of council. Clerk Sharbuck to the, Clerk Sharbuck, please. You had your hand up.
Yes, before that, is it
Okay.
council's wish to read this bylaw as amended? For 7.3. You've amended the bylaw, but it hasn't been read or adopted. So is it council's wish to read the bylaw 58-2021 a first, second, and third time as amended?
Are you looking for a mover and seconder on that, Councillor or Clerk Sharbuck?
If it's council's wish to pass the bylaw, then yes.
All right, based on that question, Clerk Sharbuck, could you read the motion at hand, and I'll see if there's a mover and seconder for that, and call the vote.
To you, Mayor Robinson, that bylaw 58-2021, being a bylaw to regulate the distribution, use, and rates of the Newstead and Durham water and sewer systems, be read a first, second, and third and final time as amended.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you moving this motion?
Councillor Townsend, I'm moving the motion.
Deputy Mayor, are you seconding this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I will second the motion.
Clarity questions? Seeing none? All those in, Councillor Hamilton?
A recorded vote, please, Mayor Robinson. Thank you.
Certainly. Clerk Sherbuck, if you will.
So a recorded vote to adopt the bylaw as amended. Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
No, thank you.
Councillor Shea, how do you vote?
No?
Councillor Townsend, how do you vote?
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hutchinson, how do you vote?
Councillor Hutchinson in favor.
Councillor Hergert, how do you vote?
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Mayor Robinson, how do you vote?
In favor.
And that is carried.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to the next item, Deputy Mayor, you have your hand up.
Yes, I just want to bring it to your attention. It's 12:22, and we probably need to put a motion forward for the extension to curfew, beyond curfew.
Okay, you're moving that motion to
Yes.
go beyond curfew by 1 hour?
Yes, and I just wanted to add to that, would really appreciate it, at least a 5-minute break before we carry on as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Clerk Sherbuck to the motion, and then I'll see if there's a seconder, and we'll vote on that.
Through you, Mayor, the motion moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson is that council goes beyond curfew to address matters on the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this? Councillor Townsend, are you seconding this motion?
Councillor Townsend, yes, I'll second the motion.
Clarity? All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. So we've had a request for a 5-minute break. So that'll take us to 12:30. Think everybody's okay with that? We'll see you back at 12:30. If you can, please take your mic and camera off. Thank you. Hi, members of council and citizens. I am back. I just want to confirm that we have all our members of council here. So I'm just seeing if Councillor Townsend is back, Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Shea. And then we'll see if Madam CAO and Madam Clerk are back as well. So I'm not starting till we have everyone back, and then I'll acknowledge the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Shea, are you back? Okay. We have 6 members of council. I think our CAO is returning. Okay, great. Our CAO is back. We've got all members of council. Is our clerk back to the meeting?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
Thank you. Members of council, before we go on to the rest of the agenda, I'm looking at 1233. Madam CIO, are there specific items that need to be addressed at this meeting? We've got till 1:30 exactly. Are there any items and what are they, please?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, there's a number of items on this agenda. I mean, all the staff reports are here for council to address or for their information. When I look at the agenda, 11.3.1, which is the CBO's building activity report, is just provided for information, so that could be deferred, as well as it's up to council, however, if 11.4.2, which is a request to purchase property, that could be deferred as well. I hate to tell you what to defer because every item on here is important. You know, I mean,
so is there anything with regard to legislative requirements or procedural requirements? Let's use those as a couple criteria then.
Well, yes, 11.5.2 needs to be addressed. We need to get to some of the bylaws, particularly bylaw 60-2021, and of course 62-2021. If I could ask the clerk if I'm missing anything. And we could just move ahead and we do need to deal with the unfinished business before we can even strategize on how to get through the balance of this agenda.
So is it your suggestion, Madam CIO, that we deal with the confirming bylaw, go into closed session, and then deal with what you're suggesting are some of the other items between you and the clerk? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I'd like to get to everything, but we do have to follow at least these next 2 items, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
All right. So how do you wish to proceed, council members? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to address the planning issue, the report that's coming back on a previous acquisition of a road allowance, and also to initiate the other one that says that we're going to ask staff to provide a report on another request. The reason being that if we don't do that, we've got another 2 months delay to the person. And I think we still need to be timely with our constituents and the requests they're asking for as well.
Okay, so I just want to move along with ensuring we've got efficiency in here. I'm going to go transfer the chair to the Deputy Mayor, and I'm doing that with the abundance of attention that I have a declaration of disqualifying interest just in the event that an item comes forward. So Deputy Mayor, I wonder if you could just handle if there's a motion, perhaps Councillor Townsend is moving the motion to deal with the maybe some of the items out of order. And so I'm transferring the chair to you at this point.
Okay, I received the chair. So Councillor Townsend, you had the floor there. You want to finish, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there are 2 items. One is the one that got added in the agenda, which is 10.1.3. And the other one which is the land, has to do with, where are we here? 11.4.2. And I assume 11.4.1 because that is also to do with planning and should be a fairly quick report. So I'd like to see those done after we come out of closed session. And that's my motion. So
Clerk Scharbeck, I would be looking for a seconder to move these up for clarity, please.
So at this point in time, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, are you looking for the motion to go into closed session?
Well, no, Councillor Townsend had wanted to move a couple of items up in priority, and I just wanted to know if we needed a seconder on that or if we just acknowledge that. And I hand the chair back over to Mayor Robinson before we go back or go into closed.
I think
Or do we go close and when we come out, we can address those two items at that time?
I think it's important. Council had asked the CAO how best to proceed, and it was noted that we do need to finish up the unfinished business, which is a closed session. Depending on time available after that, we may need to deal with legislative requirements first prior to those items. So I think it's best to leave that until after closed and determine what's next.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will transfer the chair back to Mayor Robinson to take us into closed.
Okay, so we've heard from our clerk in terms of the pathway forward on that. We could deal with, we don't have a seconder on the matter. So let's just move ahead then on 7.4, bylaw 59-2021, and that is confirm the proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck to the motion. One moment, Councillor Hergert.
The recommendation is that bylaw 59-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time. And that is for the proceeding, for the confirmation bylaw that was presented on the July 6th agenda.
Is there a mover for this motion? And I believe I saw Councillor Hergert's hand.
Councillor Hergert, yes, I will move that motion to confirm the proceedings.
And as a seconder, I do see Councillor Hamilton's hand is up. Is that correct?
Yes, I'll second.
Any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of that motion. The motion is carried. 7.5 closed session, and this is from the July 6, 2021. To the motion, Clerk Scharbeck. Thank you.
The recommendation is that the council of the municipality of West Grey does now go into a closed session at 12:40 p.m. with the CAO, Director of Administration Clerk, Director of Finance Treasurer, Legislative Coordinator, and Director of Infrastructure and Public Works for the purpose of addressing matters related to proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding this motion? I believe I saw your hand.
Councillor Hutchinson seconds the motion.
Motions of clarity, members of, questions of clarity, members of council. All those in favor then indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We now go into closed session. Okay, I just want to ensure that we have all members of council. I'm waiting on Deputy Mayor, and there he is, and Councillor Hutchinson. In that time, Clerk Sharbuck, do you have the staff you require? Okay, Madam CIO, you've got the staff you need. All right, so we do have quorum. There we are. Just had to press the button. Okay, we have all members of council present on item 7.6, report from closed session, July 6, 2021. In the statement, I would like to report, make sure my mic is on. I'd like to report that in closed session, council addressed matters pertaining to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality. And that is the statement. We're now, because we are very close to the adjournment of 1:30, we're at 11:08. We've had Madam CAO identify that there were some legislative or time-sensitive matters that need to be addressed. I'm going to suggest that through a change to our procedural bylaw to allow that to happen, I am moving or I'm suggesting that the Deputy Mayor take this on to transfer the chair, because the time-sensitive matters, I believe, are my items where I declared a disqualifying interest. So I would suggest the Deputy Mayor, I'm transferring the chair to you, and that it can be identified how the order of those all the important matters that need to be addressed on this matter can be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So I am going to refer to the CEO so I can get a list here of what we're going to be working on first.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like the clerk's assistance because there are some priority items that absolutely need to be dealt with. I don't see her. Oh, there, I see her now.
Sorry, CIO Johnson, are you asking for a listing of next items?
Yes, Clerk Sharbuck. I think what we need to know is, I know we need to deal with the a couple of bylaws for sure. The Court of Revision needs to be dealt with today.
Yes.
I mean, it's hard for us to just say that everything isn't important, because there've been a lot of people waiting through this whole meeting as well for us to deal with items. But what legislatively do we have to get through?
Under the Planning Act, there are some timelines set out between receiving the report and passing that provisional bylaw. And with the notice of the first and second reading of the bylaw, I need to send to all the affected property owners the date and the notice of the Court of Revision, which means we do have to set a date and appoint that court of 3 or 5 members. So that's 2 pieces under the Planning Act that we do need to address.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be item 11.5.2. And Clerk Sharbuck, did the corresponding bylaw 13.1? Yes. Would go together. Thank you. For starters.
For starters.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move up and down the screen here. So why don't we go to 11.5.2 then, as a starting point? Just give me 1 second. We just got to move everything up. Okay. So we're at 11.5.2, if everybody is, I've got that on their screen now, and that's the quarter revision, Wright Municipal Drain 2021. And I will go to Clerk Sharback to read a recommendation, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have, since the agenda's been published, had confirmation from the engineer in charge of this report, Bill Dietrich, from Dietrich's Engineering, as well as from our own drainage superintendent, Stephen Cobain of Cobide Engineering, Inc., that they're both available to attend, and we would meet the timelines if the September 15th or 16th was considered for a court of revision. And that would allow staff time to actually attend that and not be on a agenda preparation day. So the recommendation is that council receives the report, RE Court of Revision for Wright Municipal Drain 2021, and that a court of revision is hereby scheduled for, I'll leave that up to the mover, at 9 a.m. for the Wright Municipal Drain, and that the following members are appointed to the Council of Revision for the Wright Municipal Drain 2021. It may be 3 members or 5 members of council to be appointed. So whatever the mover wishes to put in there.
Okay, Clerk Sharback, should we do this almost in two portions, or you want to do it all together?
Council's wish.
I'm sorry?
It's council's wish.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
Point of order. There you go. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm trying to prevent the background here. So what I was suggesting is we get the recommendation, we get a mover for that, and then we select a date, and then we go to the committee or the selection. Is that okay? Or you want to do it all in one, is what I was asking the clerk.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I would say do it all in one, or if you want to separate the question, you need to appoint the court members before we set a date. So it's council's wish, but it might be easy to do it all in one motion.
Okay. So I'll be looking for a mover to get it on the floor anyways. And Councillor Hergert, are you moving that?
Yes, I am moving that.
Okay, thank you.
I believe that September 15th was available for the engineers. And I would also like to stand for nomination to the Court of Revision.
Okay, I'll be looking for a seconder, please. Councillor Shea, are you seconding that?
Yes, I'll second that.
We'll look at, excuse me, we'll be looking for nominations now for the sorry, I'm just it's hard to flipping around the screens, and my laptop went down. So we're looking for nominations in the court of, and we have Councillor Hergert, who has put her name forward. Councillor Townsend, are you putting your name forward?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am putting my name forward.
Any other members of council? I believe we do need one more member.
Take
Or
your time.
a minimum of one more member, if I say that correctly.
I'll put my name.
Councillor Hutchinson. Okay, Clerk Sharback, do we need to, we just appoint them through council now? We can go ahead.
Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll just read the motion moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Shea, that West Grey Council receives the report regarding the Court of Revision, Bright Municipal Drain 2021, and that a Court of Revision is hereby scheduled for September 15th, 2021 at 9 a.m. for the Wright Municipal Drain 2021, and that the following members are appointed to the Court of Revision for the Wright Municipal Drain 2021. Councillor Hergert, Councillor Townsend, and Councillor Hutchinson.
Yes, apologize. Thank you for the cue there, Councillor Hergert. Motion on the floor. All those in favor, you can signify by raising your hand, please. I see 6 members of council in favor, none opposed. That motion is carried. And I do apologize. I'm working on one screen, so it's not as easy as what I thought it would be. So I'm just going to go to the next item, which is 13.1. And 13.1 under bylaws, that's bylaws 60-2021, drainage works for Wright Municipal Drain 2021. Clerk Scharbeck, if you could read the recommendation, please.
Deputy Mayor, the recommendation is that bylaw 60-2021, being a bylaw to provide for the drainage work in the municipality of West Grey in the county of Grey, being the Wright Municipal Drain 2021, read first and second time.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Hergert, are you moving that?
Councillor Hergert, yes, I move that.
Thank you. And I'd be looking for a seconder. And Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding that?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay. Comments, questions from council? Seeing none, we'll call the motion. All those in favor, if you could raise your hand, please. I see 6 members of council in favor, none opposed. That motion is carried. Okay, so those are 2 items that we needed to do right away. I guess we'll go back to Clerk Scharbeck to find out what's next on the list. Taking that, what do I show 1118 or sorry 118 here.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I just seek clarification perhaps from the CAO. Do we need to get that the Director of Public Works report adopted to be able to let tenders for the box culvert? I believe that is important to get that tender out, and I'm not sure what else after that.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, the clerk's correct. We need to award that tender if we want to get that grant funded project done. I know that there's a couple of planning reports that, well, particularly 11.4.1, that it will hold up that project if we don't deal with that in a timely manner, in addition to a few other things, but I'm mindful of the time. So those are the next 2 that I'd like to throw.
Okay, thank you, CAO Johnson, and I would like to transfer the chair back to Mayor Robinson as long as you've captured what CAO Johnson's recommended.
Yep, thank you, and I'll take back the chair. Thank you very much. So members of council, if we could deal with 11.1.1 under item 11, staff reports. This is the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works. And if there is time, if we can deal with the other item, which is 11.4.1, and that is dealing with the manager of planning's item, and then the confirming bylaw, and then adjournment. So let's see what we can do here. We may just deal with the one item and have to deal with the other items, but in the order of preference. So on the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, 11.1.1, connecting link Garifraxa Street, box culvert replacement. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council award the engineering services for the Garifraxa Street box culvert replacement project to Triton Engineering Services Limited for the sum of $59,000 excluding HST.
Is there a mover for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I'll move.
And I did see at the same time Councillor Hutchinson's hand. Are you seconding this motion?
Yes, Councilor Hutchison, I second it.
Okay, I'm going to ask Director Schwinsky, is there any comments that you need to make at this time? Or will you just be taking questions?
I have no further presentation,
Okay.
Your Worship, members of council. It's pretty straightforward with respect to our Connecting Link funded project.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert, please.
Just curious at the timing of the tender. I've heard a lot of public comment about when we were able to tender this, and the late in the season tender process and how that increases the price. It is very important that we are timely on these matters.
Okay, Director, please.
Through your worship, thank you very kindly for your comments, and we will continue to be timely with respect to our tenders and get them out as soon as we can.
Okay, anything further, members of council on this item? So Clerk Sharbeck, if you could read the motion, I'll call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. The motion is that council award the engineering services for the Garifraxis Street Box Culvert Replacement Project to Triton Engineering Services Limited for the sum of $59,000 excluding HST.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. The other item that Madam CIO suggested, and also our clerk, if I'm not mistaken, was 11.4. Is that correct? 11.4.1, Madam CIO?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson. That would be a good one.
All right, 11.4.1, Manager of Planning and Development, 11.4.1, SP02-2021, and Zelmo, Michael, and Petro. Clerk Sharbeck, to the recommendation.
Through you, Mayor, the recommendation is that council receive this report for information for a proposed site plan agreement for SP02-2021 and Zelmo, Michael and Pietro for 240 Garifraxis Street North, Durham.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Townsend, are you second?
Councillor Townsend will second the motion.
Is there an update on this matter with regard to report at hand? CBO Shipwreck, is that you? Do you have any information to provide council before I ask questions?
Through you, your worship, I have nothing to add to the report. I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Members of council, thank you, CBO Shipwreck. Members of council, questions? Councillor Hergert.
Yes, I do have a question about site plan enforcement. The nature of this building is historical. When we approve a site plan, who would be the enforcing agency of the parameters in that site plan agreement?
CBO Shipwreck?
Yes,
Or is
thank
our
you for the
planner
question.
present? Yeah. Go ahead.
So our planner, Ms. Spencer, is on holidays this week, and she brought me up to speed so I can provide an update. Basically, the agreement is between the property owner and the abutting property. They've come to a resolution on parking and snow removal. Those were the main items, the main requirements for the site plan agreement. They provided those details to us. We've decided that we really don't require it to be registered on title because it is an agreement between 2 property owners, and it really would be up to them. We would have no enforcement if one side decides to change the agreement or not. It would be a legal discussion between the 2 property owners, and municipality wouldn't be involved.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Hergert? I'm mindful of the time.
Not at this time.
Thank you. Any other questions? Clerk Sharbeck, could you read the motion at hand then?
To you, Mayor Robinson. The motion is that council receive this report for information for a proposed site plan agreement for SP02-2021 and Zelmo, Michael and Pietro for 240 Garifraxis Street North, Durham.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. I'm going now over to 13.3, bylaw 62-2021, confirming the proceedings of council. Clerk Scharbeck to the recommendation.
Sorry, through you, Mayor, was that 13.3?
Yes, 13.3, bylaw 62-2021, confirming the proceedings of council.
Okay, through you, the recommendation is that bylaw 62-2021, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be read a first, second, and third and final time.
Will there be a mover for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, are you moving the motion?
Yes, I move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Shea, are you seconding this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Questions? All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. Motion carried. 7 members of council voted in favor. The motion is carried. Members of council, I am moving on to item 18, the adjournment. Clerk Scharbeck to the motion. The recommendation.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, the recommendation is that we do now adjourn at 1:29 p.m. to meet again. I believe our next meeting date is actually August 10th for a special meeting.
Yes.
At 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, are you moving this motion?
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hamilton, are you seconding this motion?
Yes, I second.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. All right, 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We've concluded this meeting. Any other item will be brought forward on the next regular scheduled meeting as per our procedural bylaw. Thank you very much for a very detailed discussion, and look forward to seeing everyone later on virtually. Thank you.
Your worship, okay. Genevieve just said our next meeting is the 10th. I have it as the 17th. Okay, I'll do this by email.
There's a special meeting on the 10th about a planning issue. Yeah.
Okay, we also
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Bye, everybody.